Step 1, wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause of sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
The day I met Bullhorn Betty and Jonathan Lee Ridges, they were protesting in front of the Laundries home. I began to document them, and little did I know, the three of us would spend the next few months traveling together. Nothing scares us, even if it means crossing a freezing cold river and getting wet. We put our lives in danger because we want to find answers. It gives us purpose, even if it means going undercover to get those answers, or visiting the scene of a crime and paying our respects. Searching for the truth isn't easy. It gets you out of your comfort zone and makes you see things in a different perspective. And it's this perspective that we want the world to see. At the end of the day, we fight for justice. We fight for those who don't have a voice. We fight for those who are silenced. Our next case, we search for Paula Miranda. She was last seen swimming in this river. Here's our Paula's family. Found 2 footprints they believe belonged to her. She left her phone and keys in her car. Her sister tells us that's extremely unusual for her to do that. Stay tuned as we venture deep into Wekiwa Springs State Park to help find her.
need to hear this, but let me put this out here. Stop sparing folks. Hello, somebody. Stop sparing folks. Nobody cared when your feelings was hurt. Nobody cared when you was pacing the floor. Nobody cared when you was sliding down the wall. Nobody cared when you was standing over there with a face full of tears. You had to suck it up, buttercup. But then when it comes to other folk feelings, here you are. Want to tiptoe around it. Want to avoid the elephant in the room. I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to disturb the peace. Stop sparing folk. Ain't nobody spare you when it was your turn. Give it to them real. Give it to them raw. Give it to them uncut and uncensored. This is exactly what it is. This where you had me messed up at. Huh. Yeah. I ain't playing with nobody this season, baby.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, good morning, guys. Sorry, I forgot to put my thing on. Hold on, let me change my layout here. I don't like full screen when we're not out in front of people's houses. You guys don't get to see my face this morning. Oh my God, what's going on? I can't tell you. But I do want to say good morning to a few people. We're going to get a little crazy in this chat because we almost have 500 people already here this morning. So if you haven't already went out and liked this video, please do so. For the haters out there, you're not going to know my location. You're not going to know what I'm doing. We are definitely strategizing these people. If the law enforcement in Savannah, Georgia don't want to monitor this woman, well, damn it, we are going to. YouTube will make sure that this woman does not escape. We're going to make sure that if she goes out and drinks one drop of alcohol, she's going to be exposed. You hear that, Billy Joe? Do you hear that, Leilani? Okay. Welcome to Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision. Welcome to YouTube, because we didn't get out there by ourselves. So if you think that this is not a much broader, this has nothing to do with Bullhorn Betty. This is the world pissed off that a baby killer is running out, and you two happen to be the ones that are responsible. But you think that drugging and boozing, which is the reason we got in this position to begin with, is okay. No, it's not. So Billy Joe, you're welcome. I'm happy that I got you thrown out of that hotel. Actually, you left willingly. We want to make sure that the clip channels, they lie. Those clip channels love to lie. For example, our beloved Emma apparently sponsored this entire trip. None of you guys had nothing to do with it. It was just one person. We want to thank Emma. We love Emma. But, they're now attacking her, right? So it's kind of pretty crappy. But you know what? What we need to do is we need to ask these haters 6 simple words. 6 simple words, and see what their response is. What have they done to help? What have they done to help? What have they done to help anybody? Have they sponsored one missing person flyer? I know I have. Have they sponsored a banner for a missing child? I know I have. Have they pushed for new legislation so our children aren't lost in the shuffle? I know I have. Many of you guys that are new to this channel, many of you guys have been with me for a while. They are now trying to throw stuff I did. Now, mind you, I went to court and was found not guilty of these charges. But they're insisting on trying to cause me brand damage, financial harm. They are slandering me. They are defaming me. And they are trying to destroy this channel, which is a clear violation of law. And so we have to ask ourselves, why are YouTubers condemning YouTubers that are literally out there giving their last penny to help a missing person? And why are they saying how much money is being paid out there? Mind you, their numbers are wholly inaccurate. But why are they saying that? But they're only giving you, clearly they don't know what a profit and loss statement is or how accounting works. So usually when you receive funds, you have to expend money from those funds. I can tell you that driving and flying is not cheap. I can tell you that food is not cheap because you don't have anywhere to cook, so you have to eat out every meal. I can tell you that room and board, getting a hotel for an entire week, 2 different rooms, by the way, is not cheap. But they're not going to tell you that. They're going to say that we're harassing these people. Harassing these people. That is a legal definition. Harassment is a crime. Harassment is something I could get arrested for. We have watched law enforcement every time we go out to these scenes, and I'm supposed to go to jail according to these people. And then they throw up. And by the way, Cabbage, Stanky Scabbage, that stuff you posted was from 2007. I don't know if you know that it's 2022. Like, that stuff was 15 years ago. I don't know. Maybe you didn't put your dentures in. Maybe you didn't inflate those tits. Maybe you need to inflate that brain a little bit. Just to say it. Out of all the horrible things that you try to say about me, you got your own problems, babe. Maybe you should go visit, BK and get tuned up again. So Quirky Carlotta, I think I got it right. I looked at your name and I'm like, I think I got it. So Quirky Carlotta, good morning. She was the first one that came to the Bullhorn Betty channel and said good morning. So I just want to shout out to her. I'm not going to be able to go through everybody's name. We have over 700 people here, but I am going to go through a few. So Mercedes Blue is Lilani still at the hotel? No, they left. They left out. They were leaving. That guy was distracting us while the girls left. However, they weren't coming back to that hotel. They were caught. They thought that they were going to be able to get away and just go out and party. Like, this is how we got in this situation, Billy Joe. Your mother effing parenting skills. 2 children are going to be in jail for murder, and they're your kids. You have completely screwed up your entire family. Oh, but it's all them. No, Billy Joe, it's all you. It's all you. You went to the courts. You lied to the courts. You told them you would protect these kids from their mother, and you handed them to the abuser. Whether you thought she was going to kill him or not, you knew they were going to see drugs. You knew she was going to beat that child. You knew this, and you didn't give a damn about your grandson. You didn't give a damn about Zane. You didn't give a damn about Sky. The only thing you care about is going and making your damn money so you can party and live life to the fullest, not giving a damn about your problems or the problems you created. You took on these children. You didn't have to go to that court and tell them you would take these kids. They could have given them to the state and that boy would be alive. But you lied. You lied. And you need to be held accountable for that. And I don't think pouring booze down your throat is really the answer. Actually, as a matter of fact, it's the cause of all your problems. Get it through your effing head. Sorry, guys. Pebbles, good morning. Judith Quilts. 2 skulls, 1 swing. Love it. Love it. Good morning. Jenny, I am Team Summer. My beloved, I am Team Summer. It's nice to see you, love. Stacy Ray, Sheila, Karen Davis. Kelly Campbell, good morning, Betty. Hope you're bundled up and doing well this morning. Stay safe. By the way, it's freezing. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I pray they find baby Q today. I do too, but I have a funny feeling they're not. You know, that's a lot of garbage. Okay, let's put this in perspective. Now, actually, let me put something else in perspective for you. Like that guy said, that biker that's protecting. Now, let me tell you guys something. I know some of the best bikers in the world. I know some of the meanest bikers in the world. I know a lot of people. I've met a lot of people, not only from my partying days, but from my political days, to the true crime days. I have met and come across a lot of people, including bikers. I have never in my life heard of a biker outfit or anybody associated with bikers protecting a baby killer, unless they are a true piece of shit. As a matter of fact, the bikers I know would have ripped that girl out of her house and drug her ass up to the police department. Those are the types of bikers I know. And you're talking about some of the burliest, meanest motorcycle gang bikers I have ever met. And I guarantee you tell them that you harmed a child. And also, Cabbage, just a FYI, that gentleman, Rodni, that you put up in all your business, I just want to let you know, he's one of those bikers that I don't know if he really would like to have his business plastered on your channel. Very well connected. So I would highly consider, you can keep the rest of the stuff up, but I would highly consider, mind you, he's still a friend of mine, right? So I would highly suggest you take his shit down, because I think with me knowing your address, you don't want the kind of riffraff from him, because if he asks me for it, girl, I'm not going to tell him no. I would never. I don't need that kind of problem. So I'd suggest you take that down, because you don't want the kind of problems you're about to get putting his name up on your page. I'm just saying, you better watch your step, little girl. And that's not a threat from me. I'm just forewarning you about what's about to come your way, because you just put a well-affiliated biker's name up on your page. You better consider that very highly. Sadly, another case where LE failed, this sweet baby. Yes. Oh, that brings me back, Lisa Marie. Listen to this. Everybody's bitching. Like that guy was out there bitching, saying, oh, you know, law enforcement knows what they're doing. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigations know what they're doing. They're not running this case. They're providing resources to this case. Let's get a few things straight here. The people running this case, the people with the authority over this case, that's Chatham County Police Department, folks. These other, the Tennessee Bureau of or the Georgia Bureau of Investigations and the FBI, they're just sidekicks in this investigation. They're providing resources. They're not running this case. And if you think they are, you clearly don't know the chain of command or how it works. So why is FBI out in that landfill? Because that's their resource that they are providing Chatham County Police Department. The police department is the one conducting this investigation. But when are you guys are going to get tired of being lied to by all these haters out there that feed you guys true lies? For example, they're saying that the reason why it took them all this time to go search for that baby is because they needed to coordinate, get experts in and stuff like that. They knew of this landfill since the day after this boy went missing. There is no way in the history of this country that it takes 10 days to coordinate how to search a flipping landfill. 24 hours, maybe. 48 hours, tops. That's all you need. Not 10 days. They knew about this landfill the day after this baby went missing. Therefore, if they had done the proper search they needed to at that point in time, they would have found this baby and most likely found a body versus remains. These are the kinds of horrible decisions that we see when we look into all these cases across the country. We always find mistakes law enforcement makes. We always find them. And why do we find them? Because they're freaking human. They make mistakes. They're not Superman. They're not superheroes like our haters would like you to believe. These are human beings, and there's a human element. Therefore, there's going to be many mistakes made. It's always easy on the outside looking in. It's always easy for me to tell them, but I cover a lot of cases. Most of these law enforcement agents, they're in their town. They don't see this kind of stuff. And they do. Listen to this. The community there, this is what's outraging the community there. What's outraging the community there is because it's been told to us, if they're out of their house driving on the streets in Chatham County after 11 o'clock, no matter what they're driving, it could be a nice car, it could be a dump. It doesn't matter. They are constantly harassed by the police there if they're out past a certain time. Now, mind you, there is no curfew in Chatham County. There is no, from some of the stories, and there's so many of these stories that it's hard for me to believe that this is not true. There's literally, literally all walks of life that have been out there that have told me similar stories about how they can't even drive their car down the road. Let it be a black person driving down the road and after 11, and you are harassed like it's nobody's business. But even the people there, they're like, even us white folks, I'm telling you what they're saying. Don't say this is out of my mouth. I'm telling you the language they're using. They even said, even the white folks can't drive around here after 11, 12 o'clock at night without being harassed by law enforcement. One lady, which is an interview that I posted on Bullhorn Betty Facebook, sat there and told us how she was actually detained. They put handcuffs on her and she didn't do anything wrong. So you're talking about a law enforcement body that harasses its residents for being outside or out at night after 11 o'clock, but they allow a person that has a history of child abuse, child neglect, child endangerment walk free while they believe she is the prime suspect in this child's murder and disappearance. And they believe that child is in the landfill because his mother decided to throw him away like garbage. But the residents in Chatham County can be harassed for being out on the road. But this lady can sit and sleep and party and go to bars and drink and be on probation and not have any kind of accountability. It doesn't even have to be for the disappearance of Quentin. She has abused Zane. She's abused Quentin. She's probably abused that precious baby that's only 4 months old. God knows what that little baby has gone through and can't even say a word. Nobody's talking about that. But hey, let's leave this baby killer on the road. I saw there was a few people that, or a couple people that, no, it's a few. I'm trying to get down to you guys. So we have a new, we got a new member. Raise hell, eat cornbread too. Thank you. Creek Squad. Love it. Love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, this work isn't easy. We also heard that we're taking a vacation. I'm sorry. I don't know any vacation I've ever took that I'm so exhausted from having so much fun that I'm ready to go home and go to bed, right? Ready to sleep in my own bed, right? Because it's so much fun living out of a hotel and having to drive around and find information about a missing 20-month-old boy because mainstream media is not telling the people out there what's really going on. You know, that's my job. That's not a vacation. You know what I consider a vacation? I consider a vacation one that I don't have to come live on YouTube because YouTube is my job. So if you see me on YouTube, guess what? I'm working. I'm working. All the haters out there, they've been really beating up on Dolly and me, right? They have never done a damn thing for any of these children, but they're complaining about the money that we're making, right? Are we really making money? Because I left here with some money and I came back with less money than I left with. So what does that tell you? I'm just curious. Even if it's only $1 or $2 less than I left with, what does that tell you? And why does it matter to the haters who wants the information? Each person decides for themselves whether they want us to be there. If my audience didn't want me going, they wouldn't have sponsored this trip. They want me there, whether the haters like it or not. The haters aren't getting 1,000 people in their chat trying to find out information about me, but we're getting thousands of people in our chat trying to find information about Baby Q. Why? Because they're not getting it from their local stations. They're not getting it. Some of them, yeah, they may have a little 15-second segment on Quentin here and there, but we're 24/7 Quentin. 24/7 Quentin, because that baby matters to us. This is more than just a story for us. This is about justice. Renee in North Carolina says, everyone pitch in for Betty and Dolly. It takes a lot of money for what they are doing to keep us informed. Plus, they are away from their home's comfort. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Guys, you guys know that this show was built on what? Coffee? Guess what I have been lacking? There's been people, you guys got to know. I drank 2 pots of coffee a day. 2 pots of coffee a day. I was down to 1 or 2 coffees a day. Like, I mean, God bless you guys for sending us drinks and coffees and stuff. God bless you. But I'm telling you, I literally, you guys see me when I'm on, when you guys can see me, I literally bring my mug. Like we mug it out. We coffee mug it out like all morning, right? The whole thermos is filled with coffee. That's been the one thing that's been lacking. Like I've been, the Coca-Cola and stuff, as long as it's caffeine in it, I'm good. But you guys know my jam's coffee. I got coffee today. I am drinking like it's nobody's business. Thank you, Renee. Yes, and not only that, but this is disgusting to me that a bunch of people that we now have labeled the Sob Squad. And the reason why we labeled them the Sob Squad is because they cry about every little thing. They bitch about every little thing. They do absolutely nothing to change their circumstances. All they want to do is complain. Don't you hate that? Like when I was a manager, I was a manager of a real estate outfit, and I had about a few people under me, some real estate agents, some administrative people that I was training and things of that nature. And one of the rules I always had is don't ever come to me with a complaint without having a solution to that complaint, because I don't want to hear people just bitching about shit and not bringing solutions to the table. We're all adults here, so if you're going to complain about something, then complain about something, but make sure you have a solution to fix it before you start coming to me with it. Because if there's no solution, I don't want to hear your complaint. Right? So they're complaining a whole lot, but they're not providing a whole lot of solutions, right? What are they doing? What have they sponsored? They don't mind tagging my name or Dolly's name in their stuff so they can boost their views, so they can boost their profits, right? They can't do it off their names because nobody knows who they are, right? And that Crimes of the Crypt fashion, the lady that looks like she's on a, one leg in a coffin and the other one on a banana peel, like just fall into the casket, lady. I'm sure those fake tits will keep you, buoyant under the ground. You don't have to worry about it. Maybe a little more liposuction might help you. I'm not sure. But again, at the end of the day, what has your fake plastic butt done for anybody besides complain and gripe? Oh, I thought you could do things better. I don't see you doing that, little girl. Old lady. Sorry. I mean, we got to define these people. I know. I don't think any of us are really in the mood. Don't worry. I have set the subscriber settings. So if there's any trolls in here, they can be kicked out. They won't be able to respond for 20 minutes. And we can go on with our day. If they start getting too nasty, I'll just shut it off to subscribers for 5 hours. And they can come in here, say their one remark, and be booted out and not come back in. So whatever. Good morning. There's another child case. Sarah Miller, another child's case. His name's Jojo. Where is that? We got the residents of 23700 block Southwest 84th Avenue, Saturday morning, August 27th. But what state is that? What city and state is that? Oh, Debbie Rose, it's nice to see you from Australia. Our friends from down under. Yeah, we have to, because right now we're in the middle of strategizing. And by the way, that whole confrontation at that hotel, there was a strategy behind that. First is, I just wanted them to know they can run anywhere they want to. I know they can't really leave the state, and if they do, I'll track them out of state. But I wanted them to know, and I think Dolly concurs, no matter where they go, we have eyes on them. Law enforcement might not have eyes on them, but we have eyes on them. and you step into a bar anywhere in the state of Georgia, I promise you, your face will be plastered on every single news outlet, tabloid, Sun, the Times, any place that I can stick you. I promise you, you will be exposed. So Leilani and Billy Joe, guess where your place is while this is going on? You're sitting your ass at home. You're sitting your ass. You're going to be running. You're going to be cowards, hiding behind windows and curtains. That's what you deserve, and that's what I'm going to provide. You think you're going to get to go out and have a good time? I hope those shots and those drinks were good. Because, baby, you better stay home if you're going to drink so I can show everybody how you guys like to party at your house while your grandson and son is in the dumpster, in the landfill. You think you have had enough of Bullhorn Betty? I haven't even made you start climbing walls yet, baby. Haven't even made you start climbing walls. This is just a taste. This is just a taste. No, the sheriff is an idiot. He's from Michigan. This is his first, he has not been in this town very long. He has not been in this position very long. Neither has the mayor. And what they're doing is disgusting to Chatham County. And I know that we have a lot of Chatham County residents now listening to us. And I'm telling you guys, this is not how criminal investigations are conducted. Typically, when you have a potential baby murderer, they arrest you for past crimes. That a babysitter has all the probable cause to arrest Leilani right now for child endangerment and child abuse. Just her affidavit, her photos, and her videos alone will put Leilani in handcuffs. And they're letting Leilani out. There's no good excuse for this. I don't care what they try to blow up your butt. That's not how these are done. They typically put them in jail on a crime that has nothing related to the child. Disappearance or murder. So it's past crimes, past abuse, past child neglect. You know, those are the things that they arrest you on, and they keep you in jail on those smaller charges and let the judge know that they believe that you are responsible and the prime suspect in the disappearance of a missing child. That judge will give you a very high bond or no bond at all. And then what they do is as evidence becomes available for a new charge, they then rearrest them while they're in jail, rebook them while they're in jail, and charge them with the additional crimes. This is what's not happening in Chatham County. This is the reason why I have a problem with the conduct they are doing. This is not right. This is the same nonsense they did with Summer Wells' parents. They knew that those children were being abused. They didn't charge those parents with the low-hanging fruit, the stuff that the statutes of limitations hadn't run out of. And guess what? Some of these charges, the statutes of limitations have already ran out for Summer Wells because the dereliction of duty from Hawkins County. Ronnie Lawson, now mind you, Ronnie Lawson's son was just arrested. How did he keep this away from all of us? There's corruption in Hawkins County. Corruption, folks, because Hawkins County's sheriff, his own sheriff, Ronnie Lawson's son, can abuse children from his church and keep it under wraps while they're trying to investigate Summer Wells' case. Then the man's supposed to get 20 years and works out a plea deal for only 1 year. If that is not a corrupt as hell, I don't know what is, right? And this law enforcement agents, Chatham County, sure sounds pretty similar to Hawkins County. So I am starting to feel that corruption element all over the place here in Chatham County. Don't know. Haven't looked under the hood just quite yet. But I am dealing with some legal things right now to make sure that what Chatham County did to me will never happen again. So anyways, guys, we're already at, we still got more. Sorry, I'm missing a lot of super chats here. I'm sorry, guys. Here, let me go and Moonlight Magic. It's nice to see you, Love Bug. My coffee beans. Annette says, hey, from Western Australia, justice for baby Q. Love your work. Keep it up. We are here with you. Yeah. And can you believe that people are trying to say that this is not necessary, that we should not be fighting for a 20-month-old kid, that we are somehow we're the bad people, right? We're the bad people for being out here, not the mother or grandmother that were the that are completely, utterly responsible for this 20-month-old's death. A lady that was with that biker came out and was screaming at me, "You're horrible! You're horrible!" I'm thinking, I'm more horrible than a baby killer? What? These people are effed up, dude. I am more horrible than the baby killer that they're protecting. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Guys, I got a surprise for you, but I can't tell. Don't kill me. I can't tell you the surprise. So you guys are probably wondering what's going on. Dolly's, he's kind of black. I'm kind of black. What's going on? What's going on? Where are you guys? Can't tell you that. What I can tell you is that today is the 20th. And I can tell you by the 22nd at 11 a.m., we're going to be heard very loudly. This is, this is the calm before the storm. I can tell you that. This is the calm right now. Leilani and Billy Joe, here's your calm before the storm. I'm going to let you get nice and comfortable. We know where all your friends are. We've identified every person. We've identified their location. So if you want to go and stay at their house and bring this to their front doorstep, go ahead. Make my day. Make my day. It would be my suggestion that you guys just accept what is happening. Accept that your daughter's a murderer. Accept, Billy Joe, that you are culpable in this child's murder as well. You need to accept that. And you need to start taking responsibility for that. And trust me, you do not want to be pouring booze down your throat, because I want to wait until you get nice and liquored up and have that nice little hangover. And I'm going to be carrying on like it's nobody's business. You've had the luxury of only having your community outraged. Bullhorn Betty's been sitting on the sidelines, equally outraged. Equally outraged. I have to say, the protesters that came out, God bless you guys. God bless you guys. These are people in their community. They put Bullhorn Betty to shame. We even have Dolly Vision, right? He wouldn't let the Bullhorn go. I ain't lying. I looked at him when we got in the car. I was taking him back to his room. And I said, that Bullhorn bit you. He's like, what do you mean it bit me? I said, it bit you. I said, it's got you now. And he's talking about, my Bullhorn's going to be bigger than yours. No, your Bullhorn better never be bigger than my Bullhorn, Dolly Vision. I will cut that Bullhorn right off you. Yours can't be bigger. You can have a lot of bigger things in life, Dolly, but the one thing you can't have bigger than mine is the Bullhorn. I'm sorry. Thank you, Aussie girl. Thank you. Right? Bullhorn Dolly. That was funny. Da-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na. And people are like, oh, I can't believe they're out there. Look, you got to find some things to entertain yourself. That stuff is boring. We have to liven it up. It has to be something, mind you, I have not drank a drop of alcohol the entire time I have been in Georgia. Not one drop of alcohol. Have there been days that I feel like, man, I deserve a beer? Man, I'd like to go out and have a beer. This has been a long day. It's been a rough day. What about those tears that my haters aren't saying? Have they been out there praying? Like, it's emotional. This is so flippin' emotional. You go out there, like, I'm praying over, I have to pray over that house because that house is evil. So I have to pray over that house and the people that are in it. The people that I want to see in prison, I have to pray over. And I have to pray over this little boy. And I stood across the street and I just put my head down and I just prayed silently to myself. And let me tell you guys something. Those tears just kept going and going and going and going. They didn't stop. I literally had to stand there for a few minutes because everybody was away from me. Everybody was over there by the car. And I still had tears rolling down my eyes as I went over there. And I kind of had to put my back to them so I could get, a towel to wipe my face because the water was pooling literally in my sunglasses. And, those are the things that people don't see. Those are the things that people don't talk about. Those are the things that haters, because they're never there. All they do is complain. Why are you giving them a platform? They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. What have they done to help one child? This is a 20-month-old baby, and they're more pissed off at us than they are at the mother or the grandmother. That to me is pretty freaking twisted. And if you want to support that garbage, support it. But I choose not to. I'm not even listening to it. You know how I know about it? Is because the people in my chats are talking about it. And I'm telling you, it's garbage. These people are garbage. Half these people that are haters are taking their money and buying drugs with it so they can sit on their ass and do their drugs and go back on. They do literally nothing with their money to help these kids except collect off my name by bashing me for doing something for these kids. It's a little irritating, if I say so myself. I'm trying to find your super chats and super stickers. If I missed one, please let me know. I'm trying to find them now. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. It only lets me go up so far. Well, I think this one behind the scenes let me go up further. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. So no chains, no more. Thank you for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. We love you guys. Oh, there's one. I did miss a few. Keep up the good fight. I wish I could be there. My father is very sick, and it wasn't for that. I would be there too. I appreciate it. Yeah, and maybe this is what, so the 22nd is Saturday. So I'm thinking this would be a great time for the people of the community, the people that are surrounding the community. If you guys would like to come out and show your support for baby Q, I think something like around 1 p.m. on the 22nd, the 20, I'm not sure, the 23rd, I believe. I think we need, or the 24th, because it's Monday. I think in the 24th, Monday, there needs to be a protest at the headquarters, the police chief's headquarters. There needs to be signs. There needs to be a lot of people there. If you are a creator in the area, if you are just a person watching, like I said, we're strategizing now on dates, times, and everything like that, so we can pull the community in, so the community can feel, help, feel like they're helping, do what they need to do. So I just think it'll be good. Still strategizing, not sure how it is. It says, I signed the petition. Courtney, I don't know what petition you've signed. And it seems child abuse is, everything with children is being decriminalized. Are you kidding me? I think that's the whole reason why it forced the hand with the whole Roe versus Wade thing. Because California and who was it, Maryland or something, we're about to start having infanticide up to 30 days. That means that you could kill your child after it was born up to 30 days and they wouldn't even investigate it. Like, you can literally SA a child under 30 days old, it get killed because you just SA'd it and you walk free and there's no investigation. That's the kind of crap that was going around this country. And I think that's what pushed this over the edge. I really do. I don't know if that's true or not, but and this was stuff was going into law. It was law. Like, they had already voted that this was okay. Seriously. I think that's, I'm not going to get into the political topic of the Roe versus Wade or the implications, but all I'm saying is I kind of understand why the Supreme Court said, this was a horrible decision and, we need to really reconsider this. When you're starting to tell people that it's okay to kill a baby up to 30 days old, no, there's a lot of people that has something wrong with that. That to me is pure evil. Pure evil. Yeah, it is exactly it. Oh, everybody wants to talk about what we're doing out here, but what about the $300 that they spent at the bar to get drunk? Your daughter kills your grandson, but hey, let's go celebrate? What the? I don't know what to say. All right, guys. Well, listen, we've been going on for about 45 minutes. Many of you guys know I don't do this just for me, right? I am your voice. You guys tell me where to go. You guys sponsor these trips. You guys tell me, even with this whole thing, there people are complaining. Oh, thank you. I don't know if I got you, but thank you, Barbara. Thank you for all the new members. Thank you for all the love and support. God bless each and every one of you for that. Okay, Brandy is up. Let me make sure I got everybody. Tony McQueen, thank you for the love and support. Amanda Green. Oh, Amanda's been another one. Thank you, love, for constantly being here, constantly helping, really trying to help with this. Why can they not arrest her for not being able to show the child? I don't understand. If this happened in South Carolina, they would be in jail. You can produce a jail till you can produce the child. It has to be corruption all in that county. There's something good. I think this is the God forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but when I hear, I don't want to insult people, but when I hear a police chief comes from Michigan, in all fairness, Northern law is a lot different than Southern law. And I just don't feel that he has the ideas or he has what it takes for Southern law. Like we don't take kindly. We don't let, criminals out down here. Maybe up north, you guys don't mind people murdering people and them getting no bond and having to come back to court. But down here in the South, us Southern folks don't like that kind of stuff here. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but we're not here in the rest of the world. Where we're at is we're in Georgia, right? And Georgia don't take too kindly to baby killers running on their streets. Now, that may be acceptable in Michigan, where this chief of police is from, but I can tell you right now from where I stand, this is unacceptable for us here. Okay. Oh, the Ronnie Lawson petition. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Charlotte. So if there's a link, we'd like to see that link. Brandy, if you want to come back up, I'll bring you on panel. You can keep your camera off if you so choose, but you're more than welcome to come back up. So we need to have an investigation into corruption, because everybody under the sun has investigated this sheriff, and I just don't understand how we missed such a glaring arrest, and it was such. Because many of us know that Summer Wells, or feel, I shouldn't say no, we don't know conclusively, but we feel that Summer Wells was assaulted, right? We feel that way. We don't know that for a fact, but I think, our deductive reasoning with everything going on, the stories we've heard from this person, that person, and everything else, I really do believe that we have a good understanding that, things most likely did happen to baby Summer. Did that contribute to why she disappeared? I don't know, but we do know that CPS was coming the very next day and most likely going to be removing those children, possibly. So why was it the day before that Summer disappeared? And a lot of people look past that link. And not only that, but can this situation here with baby Q help us realize what may have happened to Summer Wells? Could Summer Wells, we saw all those drums all over his property. It's been well over a year. Could she be somewhere in a landfill? Not even on that property, because we've all, discussed the potential of Summer being moved more than once. Where did she go? She still hasn't been found. Like, I can understand. I can't understand. No matter where you go, just because you get rid of a body doesn't mean the crime wasn't committed. And the laws have been starting to change a little bit. So you have, murder in absentia. That means they don't have a body. There's no body to produce, but it's a pure circumstantial case, a much harder case to prove. But it's not. It doesn't mean that it's unprovable just because you don't have a body. Hawkins County is going to be hard because, again, Big Brother's everywhere. That's why everybody's moving out to these desolate areas, because you can't track people out there. Why do you think there's people in that desolate town in Utah with the Dylan Rounds case, right? Because they can't be tracked. They can't be tracked. Big Brother watches every one of us except the people that are the criminals that live in these desolate areas, and that's the problem. I'm not sure how they can track the phone stuff out there in Hawkins County when they don't even have good reception. I don't know. Yeah, I know. That's it. It makes people feel like they're doing something, though, and it's just, the petitions don't don't really do anything. They really don't. What really does things is becoming that pimple, that boil on the rear end of your politicians. If you have the time to sign a petition, you have the time to email the governor. You have the time to email the district attorney, the state attorney, the FBI. Why are we wasting our times with petitions that we know aren't doing anything, instead of writing emails and writing these emails regularly? You can write one email. I didn't know this. You can write one email and set that same email up to schedule to be sent out every single day for a month. Did you know that? Did you know you could do that? I did not know you could do that. Like, it's one and done type of thing. You can go to your email. You can draft one email. You can literally make 30 or 40 of duplicate emails and schedule those 30 or 40 duplicate emails to go out at a specific time on a specific day whenever you so choose. I never knew that. It is so cool. Can you imagine what we here in True Crime can do with something like that, to be a pain in the ass to politicians that aren't following the law, or that we feel are corrupt somehow? That's a game changer, babe. It's a game changer. Let's see what else we got going on here. I will never understand. Silly pizza. I will never understand either. I can never understand how this. Oh yeah, isn't that the truth? Wood Fairy. I saw more videos bashing you and Dolly, the ones supporting this child. I couldn't believe it. They crawled out of every corner of YouTube. Some names unheard of. It made me sick. Yeah. Welcome to the people that protect these baby killers. So every person that has bashed Dolly Vision and Bullhorn Betty for being out here and representing, you guys may want to consider who you're supporting. Because if they're supporting baby killers walking free, maybe that's not where your support lies, right? Why even look at, do you know, every time you go to their channel just to see what they say and you watch a video, you yourself are supporting that channel. You're putting money in their pocket just to look under the hood. It would be my suggestion to ignore them. Don't even go and click the link to see what they say, because you know it's garbage and you know it's a lie. Why do that to yourself? Just literally, the way you get to these people is just how you tell them you're not interested in their content? Don't watch their content. Don't allow their numbers to go up, right? Don't allow them to make money off destroying the people that are trying to support this baby. So, i.e., every time that they're yelling at us, they're yelling that they don't like baby Q. That's what I'm hearing. That's what you're hearing, right? So why are we supporting them? Why are we even looking under the hood? Why are we even watching the advertisement that puts money in their pocket? Why? Now, mind you, they don't mind complaining about us and the fact that our channels are monetized, but are we watching commercials on their channels too? Oh, so they're the only ones that are allowed to be monetized? I'm a little confused. They're yelling at people for working and making money, but they work and make money the same way, but they're allowed to, but I'm not supposed to. I leave my house for weeks at a time and have to live in hotels. They don't sacrifice nothing, but I'm not allowed to monetize a video. I'm not allowed to ask for support. So I'm not supposed to make money at all. I'm supposed to do this kind of work with no money and no donations. I don't know how they expect that to work. I guess they don't understand how math, adding and subtracting works. That's just general arithmetic. So now we're realizing how dumb these other creators are. Like, truly dumb. I heard one comment said, they're making money reporting this case. And somebody, I don't know who it was, wrote there and says, oh yeah, I'm sure those news reporters do this out of the bottom of their heart. The news gets more money. Think about it. A&E doing that Gabby video. Now, mind you, every person that was in there that spoke, that spoke on screen, they didn't pay them one dime to do that. But the the documentary company made millions off that movie, made millions off that movie with all their ads and stuff. But the participants that they were able to make millions off of, they paid zero. They paid them nothing to give their side, why they made millions. But you don't see these haters complaining about that, right? It's only about Bullhorn Betty. They don't like Bullhorn Betty. That's what they don't like. But thank goodness, 1,530 of you guys love Bullhorn Betty. If you guys haven't liked this segment, please go out and like it. We got 1,500 people here, and this is how we get this stuff out. This is how we're able to, get Quentin's name out. And not only that, but show the atrocities going on in Chatham County, showing you guys how a baby killer is able to kill her baby and walk free and not even have an ankle monitor or law enforcement sitting her house. I will tell you, though, I have to be honest. Girard is the road that comes off Chatham Parkway, and Girard is the road you have to take to get onto Buckhalter Road from that way, right? And so on Girard, past Buckhalter, straight ahead, it's a road. There's been tree trimmers on that road this entire week, almost in the same area. Moving the cars back, moving the cars forward, moving the cars back, moving the cars forward. They look like they're working, but it dawned on me when I realized that somebody said that the FBI was watching the house in the field, that maybe that whole crew of tree trimmers might not be tree trimmers. So it is possible that they have eyes on the house. It's possible that they do have eyes on the house. I'm sure they're probably, a little pissed that they had to go to a hotel, but we found them. Isn't it a violation of probation to be out at a bar getting drunk? I'm not sure if it is or not, but I remember when I was on probation. Now, mind you, that my haters are going to say that I was arrested 42 times. No, what they're passing around is a court record. So that court record actually has civil cases on it and tickets, like, when you run a stop sign and stuff like that. So no, I have not been arrested 42 times. Okay. Have I been arrested a lot? Yes. In my 20s, I had a lot of problems. We talk about it on my show quite frequently because a lot of the stuff I dealt with in my older years stemmed from childhood trauma. And quite frankly, what Leilani is going through right now is stemming from her own childhood trauma. I'm not giving her an excuse because I had childhood trauma. I didn't kill a kid, right? But a lot of the stuff she's dealing with, the drugs, the alcohol, the pain that she's trying to hide, that's because of the childhood trauma that she had to go through at the hands of her mother. This is a classic case of the abused became the abuser. That's what we're dealing with here. In this particular scenario. Is it like this all the time? Not all the time. Not every single person that is an abuser or that was abused becomes an abuser. Not everyone is like that. But there are some that do. They've been abused and they didn't like it when they were a kid, but somehow, throughout life, kicking them, they become the same way that they were treated. And this is kind of what I'm seeing in this household. I truly believe that Leilani was SA'd or ST'd by her mother when she was younger. This would explain a lot of her behavioral issues. This would explain a lot. Again, I don't understand how a grandmother that seems to be so distraught that her daughter could potentially kill her grandson and then be out at a bar partying with her. Are you kidding me? If I killed my mother's, you're talking about Mama Bullhorn, sweet Mama Bullhorn. You guys have seen, heard Mama Bullhorn. She's here. I can promise you, if I had a grandchild and I murdered that grandchild, my mother, the last thing my mother would be doing is having drinks with me at a bar. My mother would be ready to probably put me 6 feet under if I harmed a hair on any of her grandchildren's head. And I believe she would be the one that could do it, right? I really, truly believe my mother would put her hands on me, would literally physically assault me if I injured any of her grandchildren. I truly do believe that. I truly do believe that she would never in a million years be at a bar drinking and having a good time or trying to find a man to go home and get some D with. That's what we're hearing. And I believe it because everything that these people have been telling us about this family has turned out to be true. So that means married Billy Joe is out there trying to get D from another man. How did that make you feel there? Well, I don't even know what her husband's name is. Maybe he's not a solo guy in the bedroom. Who knows, you know? But I can tell you one thing, dude. You can't turn a whore into a housewife, and she is a legit whore. Pay no attention to the mockery, morons. Ridicule can't diminish brave hearts' glow. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Team Rose. Oh, hey, I got Team Rose as a fan. Holy shit. What? Thank you, Team Rose. You know I love you. I love your crazy ass. Any idea what? Johnny B Live. Tensi. No, I haven't. You know what? I talked to him one time, and we do our thing, and he was doing really good on Summer Wells, and then I jumped and started covering Kiely Rodni, and I got disconnected from Johnny B. But I love Johnny B. Maybe that YouTube can be rough. You really got to have thick skin on this. They make it, for the new creators that come out, these it's like the MS-13 gang mentality, right? On here on YouTube. You got all the haters coming out, telling these creators, oh, if you just hate BHB, your numbers will grow. No, not this day and age. That used to be what it was when they were lying. But people have sat here and watched me for a year and watched the work I do. And they know that half the crap that was fed to them by these haters were pure lies. Pure lies. And, as far as Scavenge is concerned, baby, I'm going to tell you right now, and this is going to be your final warning. Do not put me in any of I'm telling you right now, and you will be getting a letter from me here shortly. I do not want any contact from you. I don't want you talking to me. I don't want you putting me in your videos. If you tag me and you contact me one more time, that is contact. When I get a notification from you, that's contact. I'm going to tell you the last time. Do not contact me again. Now I'm publicly coming out and telling you not to contact me again. If I get one more notification that I'm added into one of your videos, I am going to file charges for harassment. Okay? Let me tell you, you may be a bit played around with Dolly, but you've never played around with Bullhorn Betty. And girl, you're about to be sued like nobody's business. And I will see you in court in North Carolina, babe, because I'm done with you. Say one more thing, lie about me, and try to defame me, slander me, and take money out of my pocket. That is, you're going to have penalties for that. Okay, that's called damages. Okay, you have damaged me. And I'm going to seek remedy for those damages in a lawful manner. So I hope your husband's prepared for this. Because once I start coming after you, I'm not going to stop until you pony up the bread, baby. Because I know I have enough evidence to plead my case properly. You've got nothing. You've got not a leg to stand on, and I will see you in court, babe. And trust me, I haven't even started going after you for the copyright stuff yet. But I'm going to be filing it. And then once that is registered, I'm coming after you in federal court. Watch me work.
Good morning.
So how do you feel? I'm fired up, Mama.
Well, I'm freezing my asterisks off. It's 49 degrees.
Let me ask you, Mom. If I killed one of your grandchildren,
I'd kill you.
would you be at a bar drinking with me?
No, I'd be dragging your little lazy ass out to the woods. I'd strip you naked, tie you up, and leave your happy
Woo!
ass.
Mama Bullhorn ain't playing, folks. You guys hear
No.
this stuff? Now you guys gotta understand. My mom is a sweet lady.
No,
She's a
when
sweet
it
lady.
comes to children, I listened to a minister one time explain children are gifts from God, and they're only on a loan. And the loan, you have those years to make a upstanding person out of that child, and then God takes them back.
Oh my God, struggle is real. Thank you. Thank you for the love and support. Holy crap.
But I don't know what to say. I feared for you when those protesters came up and the hecklers came up, and I really at the hotel got scared of somebody bringing out a gun and taking pot shots.
I know, and let me give a background. I'll stop you right there. So Mama Bullhorn calls me yesterday after the whole, mom. You guys got to understand. My mom watches like you guys do. Like I'm not on the phone with my mom telling her, my play by plays, right? So she's sitting on the edge of her seat, just like every one of you guys. Except this is a little more important to Mama Bullhorn because I'm her baby, right? So she's seeing these people come up. She knows I put myself in harm's way every time I go out to these cases. And so I had to tell mom, I'm like, Mom, please, please, I know you're upset. I'm sorry. If you can't watch it, don't watch it. But you can't be calling me while I'm working and scaring the bejeebers out of me, because I got a job to do. And she's like, I'm sorry. But you could tell she's terrified. This is my mom. So tell them how it makes you feel when I'm out here on these jobs.
I can't sleep. I cannot sleep. I pray a lot. I prayed last night. Sorry. It's very early morning here and my throat is dry. I've already had 3 cups of coffee. But
and this is, hold on. This is not the savage I'm talking about, guys. This seems like the good savage. Sorry,
okay. I just can't believe what you do. Mm-hmm. And I'm so very proud of you. And I know for a fact you would never harm a hair on anyone's head. But
you would know it from the haters. I'm the most dangerous person on YouTube, not baby killers, but Bullhorn Betty.
Well, that's not true. I mean, your Marine stepdad is so afraid for you, and he tells me to tell you to get your arse home and be safe.
I know.
But
I know. This is definitely not the job you aspired for me to have at one time, I'm sure.
I'm ready to go be your bodyguard.
Yeah, Olivia's mom, that's what she does. She's been trained she was in the Cuban army. Oh. And so when she's out there, it's like, you don't mess with mama. So we do have a mama bear. Yes, actually, you know what? We need to start traveling with you too.
Well, I'll just bring my Louisville Slugger.
There you go.
But I'll kneecap anybody that messes with you.
It's so cute hearing my mama talk like this. I got to tell you, I believe it though. Adrenaline in certain situations, you have a fight or flight mechanism, and there's some times that are just, it's one of those things. But all I do is I stand there and record, and I'm going to have my piece. And if somebody wants to hit me, I'll take the hit. If I'm fighting for a kid, I'll take the hit. But baby, you're going to jail, and trust me, I will not allow that prosecutor to plea deal with you. I will fight that and if I have to go after the prosecutor and start filing complaints against them, I will. But you will pay the cost for putting your hands on me.
Well, I just don't understand the law enforcement in South Carolina, because we're from the land of Grady Judd. Yep. And Rick Wells and all the other fabulous sheriffs here in Florida that don't put up with BS. Yeah. And believe me, they would have let those ladies sit in jail while they build the case.
Yes. Yes.
There's just no way. There's just no way. But it's a disgrace. It's a complete disgrace, their behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I don't know why people do what they do. I had severe postpartum depression with you and your baby sister, to the point I would just sit and cry. I just,
yeah, but
horrible.
Even I was studying up on, and maybe some of the mothers in here can explain it a little bit better, but I was reading something, and it said that even postpartum depression, you're more in line to attack the child you just had as opposed to a middle child.
Yes. So that does not apply. But even though I was severely sickened with postpartum depression, it didn't even cross my mind to hurt my baby.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your older sister came home one day. She had moved back home temporarily, and I'm sitting there and crying, and she said, "Mom, what's wrong?" And I go, I have postpartum depression, and I can't get out of these crying jags. And I was trying to breastfeed, and I couldn't. At 42 years of age, they told me chances of you breastfeeding were nil to none.
Mm-hmm.
So, just like when I had you, I about starved you to death for 3 days before the pediatrician told me you have no milk.
Yeah.
So I couldn't understand why you were crying. And the minute I gave you formula, you sucked it down in 2 seconds. And
I'm probably gassy as hell too.
but then I cried. Because I was starving you. I thought you were breastfeeding, and I wasn't making milk. And
Yeah.
I cried because I felt so bad about.
You felt like a bad mommy.
I was, but I am very, how protective I am.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you've experienced my women have fury. So
yes.
So we won't go there. That's a story for another day.
Yeah, stay with us, Mom. I'm going to get to Ruby, and then I'll come back to you.
No, I'm just going to go. I got to get another cup of coffee. I'll just go, baby.
All right. We'll come back.
Good morning, Mama Bullhorn.
Good morning, Ruby.
You want to say hi?
I just love you, Ruby. You're like me. You say it the way it is.
Exactly. I'm an upfront and blunt kind of gal.
Well, my husband gets very upset with me because he tells me I say things that are, can be hurtful. And I say, no, I speak the truth. And if they can't handle the truth, if you can't handle the truth,
can't run with the big dogs, stay off the porch. That's what we say in the South.
And all my children know that, I speak my mind. I don't sugarcoat. Because when I was in the corporate world, I had to keep my mouth shut and sugarcoat everything. And my kids got the blunt of it when I got home. They heard me ranting and raving.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand. Believe me, I understand. I suffered from some postpartum depression too with my second child. But mine was a little different. Her dad and I he was a rebound relationship, and we really weren't together that long. And we broke up, and I told him, I'm like, you know what? I don't need you to have this baby. And so, he was just, I really couldn't stand him. And but after I had her, I went through a period of postpartum depression where, of course, I didn't want to hurt her or anything like that. I cried wanting him back. wanting us to be together as a family, and be together for our child. And, it lasted a few months and I was over it.
Well, Andrea can tell you her father was a very abusive person. And I put up with it for 21 years. But I didn't realize how damaging it was to my girls. And I regret that because I could have made it. You know, good Lord, I made it when I did leave him. I worked 3 jobs. Andrea can attest to that.
Yeah.
But my girls never wanted for anything. And
The difference is, even with my father, though, I mean, this nonsense that people have to go to court and have court order child support, that, even with all the stuff going on, my dad never had to be ordered to do the right thing for his kids. And that's what.
Oh, my youngest daughter's father, when they, our prosecutor in my hometown decided to make child support past $10,000 a felony, and I was one of the first cases that he took on.
And I shouldn't say it like that to either. Like, my dad did make my mom struggle there for a little bit, but I mean, for the most part, he made sure we were clothed and made sure we had cars. I should say that. I did.
Her father is forever a felon now.
Yeah.
Because he didn't pay his child support. He did end up paying it all back and everything, and she's grown and married now. But yeah, he's a felon now. And his current baby mama would always gripe about how hard it is for him to get jobs and stuff, because despite what the conviction is for, he's still a felon. I'm like, well, if you want me to feel sorry for him, you're not going to get any sympathy from me, because he had chance after chance after chance after chance. So,
I was raised very country, near Myakkahatchee. And the good old boys, the ranchers, well, let's put it this way. My grandfather was the first justice of the peace in DeSoto County. And the good old boys, there was and it still is, the Cattlemen's Association. And then the cowbells, or the wives of the Cattlemen's Association. If a husband was beating on his wife, they would take him out and do exactly what I said: strip him naked, tie him up in the woods, and leave his little ass.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing went for women who abused their children. They did the same thing. Now, there's no historical, there is nothing in history written about this. It's only verbal. And my grandmother, my grandfather was a minister, and my grandmother was the wife of a minister. They did it. So if you were anyone with intelligence, you could figure your way back home. That was just fine. But you got the point. They gave, they made their point. You don't beat your wife. You don't beat your kids. So,
right.
So I want to read this to you, Mom. It says, Mama Bullhorn, you're anointed by God, and I will pray for all of you. That was beautiful what you said about children. Blessing you and Betty. Thank you for all you do. Much love and respect, or prayers.
Thank you very much.
That was from Amy Hansen.
Thank you very much. I when I'm out cutting the grass, I pray to God, thank you for this beautiful yard that I'm cutting in a 99-degree temperature. Just please send me a breeze. And do you know, I'll get a breeze.
Aww.
Well, send me that 99 temperature, because I'm freezing my Watusi off over here.
It's cold.
Ooh.
Somebody asked if we're going to be out today. The answer is no, we're not going to be out today, and we will not be out tomorrow. We're monitoring the situation. We've got our eyes on people. We had to stop what we were doing because we know that they're going to be trying to shift around, and we've got to have everybody identified and any location that they could potentially go to identified, because I'm not letting this girl leave the county. I'm not letting this girl go without eyeballs on her, and I damn sure am not allowing her to go to a bar and get drunk while her son lays in a landfill without exposing every little bit of that.
That was just disgusting. I mean, when I first listened to it, I'm like, I thought they were saying you and Dolly were hanging out at a bar racking up a $300 tab. And
I
I'm
wish. I haven't had a
I'm
drop
like,
of
so
booze.
what? So what if they were out drinking? And then I realized what was being said. I'm like, do what?
That is so
I
disgraceful.
couldn't believe the audacity of these people.
Well, it's the character. It's the character. They're completely without character. They're completely
garbage.
without.
They're trash.
That gives a whole new definition of trailer trash.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I used to work for a lot of bikers, and they wouldn't be putting up with no baby killer either.
Hell no.
I can tell you that.
That's why I was looking at that guy and I'm like, you're a biker and doing this? Like the bikers I know, even the big, nasty, mean gang bikers, whoo, if they heard of a baby, that's the one thing that, believe it or not, these bikers do is they protect their children.
Right. We have a group here called ABATE. We have a group here called ABATE. It's called Arkansas Bikers Aiding Towards Education.
Mm-hmm.
And, they make the most beautiful sight you have ever seen. I used to work with Bob Robbins from Kissin' 96 FM at Toy Hill every year. And the most beautiful sight you can ever see is hundreds and hundreds of Harleys with toys and stuffed animals strapped to their handlebars and their back seats and stuff on that toy run every year. It is just the most beautiful sight to see.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye.
All right, Ma. I know what you're
baby.
doing. Your house needs to be cleaned, even though it's immaculate. Your yard needs to be clipped to make sure it's even. We know. You're OCD-ish.
I am OCD. I'll admit it. But your youngest sister tells me there's different OCDs.
Oh, well.
I'm an OCDP. It's my personality.
I got to tell you, I have some of that, like the unorganization. Like I was losing my charging blocks, and I'm like, those are the little things that I start freaking out over because I have to charge my stuff.
I keep losing my glasses, and so I got 5 pairs. I have one in almost every room, and I still can't find them because you got to have your glasses to see the glasses.
Exactly. Yeah, gosh.
My husband gets so mad at me. He has 1 pair of glasses, but I don't have to. I have perfect distance vision, but I can't see, like the phone here. I can't see the screen, so I have to have glasses to be able to see, and it drives me crazy. And then when he takes his glasses off, he has distance vision. He wears glasses to correct it. And when he takes his glasses off, he can't see a damn thing up in front of him. So we're two opposites.
Blind leading the blind.
Yes.
That's why it's so hard for me to wear makeup now, because I can't put makeup on without my glasses.
Absolutely. I've just quit trying to put makeup on. I can't do the mascara. I cannot do mascara. I poke myself in the eye every time.
Oh, yeah.
But
now,
anyway.
I used to do it and drive down the road at the same time.
Hey, Ma,
yeah.
They're saying the glasses are on your head.
Oh, yeah. It's like Dolly the other day. Oh, my God. He's looking for his glasses, and they're on his hat. Did he ever realize that?
Looking for your phone, it's in your hand.
I've done that a million times.
I have lit 2-3 cigarettes at the same time.
Oh yeah. Like
It's
yesterday,
crazy.
I was cooking a pizza for our lunch, and I put the timer on. I come in here, I'm watching Andra on TV. I'm going nuts over what I'm seeing, and I didn't even hear the beeper. I smelled the pizza. I go, "Oh my God, I've burnt the pizza." And I caught it just in time. But I had completely, I was so distracted. I didn't hear the beeper and I didn't remember the pizza in the oven.
I
So,
will I will be sitting here and I'll go, I'm hungry, and forget that I'd just gotten up 10 minutes earlier or so and put something in the microwave, and it's still in the microwave.
yeah. All right. Uh,
All
at
right,
six,
Ma, I love ya.
at 67, I'm giving in to the fact that I'm going to be very much more forgetful in the next couple of years.
As long as you don't forget me, I'm good.
Oh, I will never forget my children. I'm on call. I'm on call 24/7 to my grandbaby. I don't care what time of night or day, I'm there. And the same thing goes for my daughter and Andra. And Andra can attest. I drive 860 miles because she went with me one time
Yeah.
to go see about her baby sister. So you call me, I'm there.
Yep.
So hey, y'all have a great day.
Mom, they say you need your own show.
Oh my
You can
gosh.
keep these people entertained. We can hear about your stories. Maybe Mom and I will collab once a week.
I have so many, well, they weren't funny at the time, but they're funny as you look back. The crazy stuff that I did to protect my daughters. But that's another story. I love you.
Yeah. I
Have
love
a
you
good
too,
day.
Mom. You too.
Have a good day, Mama.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So just for everybody in the chat, no, Dolly and I did not get arrested yesterday. Actually, the law enforcement patrol car literally, he didn't even roll his window down. He didn't even talk to us. Like, he didn't even get out. He's like, oh, okay. Nothing's going on over here. He just drove off. Like, everybody's like making it like into this big deal. Like this was a huge thing. And how many times, let me ask you guys, if you guys have heard more than 5 times that out of these cases that I'm going to jail, put a 1 in the chat. If you guys have heard 5 times or more that Bullhorn Betty's going to jail, put a 1 in the chat. If you ever heard that I'm going to jail at all, put a 1 in the chat. I just want to prove a point here. Let me get down here. Let me see all these things. Oh, this is starting to roll fast. I can't even. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. So this is the point I'm trying to make. So all these haters out there are telling you that I'm doing illegal things, that I'm going to go to jail. Now, they have been saying this for literally over a year. They are lying to your face. Why are you guys listening to creators, or I don't even call them creators. They're not creators. They're the SOP squad. Tell you that I'm breaking the law and going to jail, but I never go to jail. I don't have that much pull across this country. I can guarantee that. So clearly what I'm doing is not unlawful. What I do is above board. It's lawful. And I do have the support of most of these law enforcement agencies. Whether they agree or not, they know it is lawful and they can't do anything. That's why they don't even get out of their car, because it's a waste of their time to even step out of their car to tell somebody that what I'm doing is lawful. They just tell them there's nothing we can do and drive off. So all these people that keep trying to blow up law enforcement to have me put in jail, they're going to continue to come out there and they're going to continue to tell me that there's nothing I'm doing wrong and to continue to do what I'm doing. So just FYI, they're not out there. These law enforcement agents don't like seeing this woman walking free. This is top brass that's making these decisions. This is not your beat cops. These beat cops want this animal in jail. Okay, let's be honest. The beat cops out there at Brian Laundrie's house wanted him in jail. Let's be honest. They were out there with us. They hung out with us. This is law enforcement. These are the same. These people are laughing with us, talking to us, having conversations with us, these law enforcement agents, that these haters are saying are going to put handcuffs on me. Okay, well, it's kind of hard for an officer to put handcuffs on me when he's handing me my fucking coffee. Excuse my language. You know what I mean? It's a little.
Well, these people that are sitting at home.
Go ahead, Ruby. I need you to take over.
Okay. Well, these people that are sitting at home, they're complicit minions, and they want to sit around and talk crap about people who are out here protesting, standing up for rights, standing up for justice. You let law enforcement do their job. Let them do their job.
We let them do their job.
Obviously, they have never dealt with police corruption. And why are they not outraged? I cannot comprehend why anyone would not understand why we're so outraged over this. And, I'm thinking Chatham County is probably kicking themselves in the rear because, while I appreciate their transparency with the public, they announced this baby was believed to be deceased. They had evidence that this baby was deceased, that his mother had killed him, and that she was the prime suspect. So when they did not immediately arrest her, and she has not been arrested still as of this moment, how do they expect that people would not be outraged over this?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem. People are outraged. I'm outraged. When I went out there, you guys, you were here. I didn't know what I was going to do. This idea that that people didn't know I was going there to stir up shit is crazy, because I even told you guys, I don't know if I'm going to be on the bullhorn. I don't know if I'm going to have signs, but I'm doing something. I didn't say I was going there for a fact-finding trip. Nobody heard that come out of my mouth.
Right.
They knew I was going there because I had it. I was fed up. This law enforcement body is not acting like any other law enforcement body. They're acting like Tennessee. When did Georgia start following Tennessee law? Georgia's been more inclined and more in line with Florida law than any other law.
Right.
So
I got to thinking about something last night, and I don't know why this just dawned on me, but sometimes it takes a while for that little light bulb to go off. Okay, with when these kids get taken away from their families by CPS, and there's abuse, and there's SA in the home, and there's drugs and alcohol and things like that. I just realized that none of them were getting arrested for any of it. They get their kids taken away. They get the opportunity to go through drug rehab treatments and alcohol treatments and clean their house up and do what they need to do to get their kids back. And then eventually at some point, some of these people do get their kids back, only to go right back into the same pattern of life as, within 6 months, just like Adam Montgomery did. Mm-hmm. But yet Adam Montgomery was arrested for child abuse on Harmony on the word of his uncle. If I understand it correctly.
Her uncle, his brother.
Yeah, his brother, her uncle. So why? I just don't understand how you can confess to doing what Leilani did and not be charged with something, or at least taken in and interrogated. And they went in and removed the other kids, and it clearly states in that paperwork why those children were removed from Billy Joe's custody, because she had custody of all of them.
Yeah, they cited exactly what I said. Remember that? We didn't even have that paperwork.
I don't understand why these people just walk out of the courtroom like they've done nothing wrong. to go to the beach and hang out at a bar and a hotel, and it's sickening, and you don't expect people to be outraged.
Right. What I was saying, Allison, DeFore, I can't pronounce your last name. Sorry about that. Was the fact that, they keep saying these officers are arresting us. Now, how are they arresting us when they're literally out there with us? Like, they're out there with us. And I'm sorry, but if they wanted to arrest us, they were literally out. Like every place I go, there's literally officers all around me at all times. And this is no different. We show up, things think, what do we have? We have 6-7 officers around me out there in Chatham County, Georgia. Now, if people keep saying I'm going to get why would I be doing what I'm doing directly in front of law enforcement if I'm going to get arrested and put in jail? I do it literally right in front of the officer's face. And they're telling the neighbors there's nothing they can do. What does that tell you? It tells you I'm exercising my rights in the proper fashion. That's what it tells you. So what do you think about, Ruby, what do you think about this whole, this nonsense of, well, I guess I got your opinion on how you felt about them going to, going out partying. How do you feel about the people protecting this family?
I get protecting your friends and your loved ones and all that. I get that. But that dude yesterday acted like he was clueless. Well, I don't know that she killed her baby. Well, I don't know that baby's in the landfill. Well, I don't know this. I don't know that. What do you know, dude? Why do you think they came to hang out with you?
Right.
Because they're trying to, yeah, sure, let's hear your side of it. I've known you your whole life. I know you've always been a good kid or whatever. Let's hear your side of it. But she's admitted to it, and he acts like he don't have a clue as to what's going on.
Yeah.
And it's just
I think what upsets me the most about it is that I did not know she was already on probation. So, and felony probation, because apparently she stole something in North Carolina, and if anybody steals anything, it's an automatic felony from the way I'm reading it. So she's actually she's actually on felony probation, and I don't understand how, when you're on felony probation, you have a history of drugs and abusing children. I don't understand how you can't, because I remember, this is what I remember, in my 20s, I had this, I was on probation and I got my first DUI while I was on probation. I was on probation for another thing that I wasn't charged with, whatever. And that's why I did the probation, is to avoid the actual charge. But I got a DUI. I had there was some things going on that in my life. The guy I was dating.
I had a DUI.
Yeah, the guy I was dating, I just found out he had a brain tumor. He wasn't going to make it, and so I, started drinking at 9:00 in the morning. Anyways, long story short, in 2005. 20 years ago, I got a DUI and a violation of probation. So I was arrested for the DUI and bonded out, went home, and they turned around and came and arrested me for the violation of probation. But here's the kicker. Even if I was never arrested for the DUI, I had contact with law enforcement in a criminal matter in which I could have potentially been charged regardless. That in and of itself, whether they put handcuffs on me or not, was a violation of my probation. Now, this, again, it was 20 years ago. I don't know how probation's done now. But during that, and the other thing is I was to abstain from drugs and alcohol while I was on probation. So another violation of probation would have been that I was drinking while on probation. So again, this happened 20 some years ago, but I don't understand how a woman can murder her child, be on felony probation, and be at a bar drinking and still not go to jail for a violation of probation. Like, they were quick anybody around here. You had contact with law enforcement in a criminal matter that you could have been arrested for. That is a violation. You go to jail. They come and pick your ass up, period.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing in Arkansas. I mean, you can go to the county jail and just look and see what everybody's in there for. And probation violation, parole violation, you know.
And that man, G Crime is making a point. That man also, him and his wife had a baby, a young toddler with them. And they were having this young child around this woman that has been accused of killing her own baby. I looked at him and I said, all y'all need to have your children taken from you.
No doubt.
One of you. You're putting that child in harm's way and they don't even care. They don't think it'll happen to them. Well, you know what? Billy Joe didn't think it would happen to her.
I don't even understand that woman. I don't. She went and took them kids away from Leilani, with Leilani still living in her home, gets custody of them. Then she's gonna try to kick her and her boyfriend out, or allegedly, or whatever. Then this happens with Quentin. Leilani admits to what she's done, and I would call the police and tell them to come get my kid. Come get her. Get this bitch out of my house.
Yeah, but not only that, but
but she takes hers out for a drink. Suddenly they're besties again.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, the mom can't stand her. There's no peace in the house. She wants her daughter out of the house. Her daughter, she cited the abuse and drugs as a reason to get custody of those boys. She told the courts that the mom was abusive and doing drugs. So she comes back and says she can't believe this, but she believes her daughter may be responsible, blah, 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 blah. You immediately knew it was your daughter. Why in the hell would you leave these kids with the very woman you just got done telling the courts was unfit, does drugs, and beats these children? So even if you didn't think this child was going to get killed, you damn sure knew that this child was going to witness its mother using drugs, and you knew that this child was going to be physically assaulted by his mother, and that was okay for you enough to leave this child in her care.
You know what? Something just dawned on me. I wonder if Billy Joe did this of her own accord and got custody of the kids, or was CPS fixing to take those kids away?
It is possible, but even if CPS was fixing to take those kids away, Billy Joe knew she was not equipped to take care of those kids because of her work. She knew that she was lying to the courts. Her lies contributed to this child's death. There is she can't run from that. No matter how she tried, she can tell me she hates me all she wants. I didn't do this to her. She did this to herself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, did they not do a home study to realize that the person she was taking the kids away from was living in her home?
Listen to this. I talked to my BFF. I talk about her situation with her daughter. Now, mind you, her daughter didn't beat her kids. Her daughter was on drugs and got into a wreck fleeing from a crime scene. And that's what took her kids. That was horrific. She almost killed her kids in that car wreck. And Laura's got those kids. Do you know that it's been over a year and those people still do come by unannounced? They still come and check her cabinets over a year later. Now, you're talking about my best friend has a beautiful home, pool, house is clean, cupboards are full. Children aren't being abused in the home. There's always adults around. Everybody works. It's a good functioning home. And she's got to go through this. And I'm sitting here looking at this mess. And I'm wondering, how in the world was this possible? Because I'm watching the experience my best friend's going through here in Florida. And it's something ridiculous. Like they should have, within 6 months, they should have released her case and she should be, but no, she's got to deal with this shit for 2 years, 2 solid years.
Wow.
And she is a rock star.
Yeah. I commend anyone that does get their life straightened out, or and do what they got to do, and stay that way, like your friend. But these, these people that are just, they don't get charged with it. Like I said, they don't get charged with anything. They get the 1 year of opportunity to go to rehab and parenting classes and clean their house and do all this stuff, to give the kids back, for them to 6 months later be, back in the same living condition and living situation as they were. And I'm completely on board with you about this, getting this whole CPS mess straightened out. And once you get settled down and everything, and can get, and I can talk to you about it. And there's also some other creators that are really passionate about getting the Amber Alert and system and stuff, and getting a change in that. And whether we have to have an Amber Alert and a missing kids alert,
I'm the vein that the Amber Alert should be for any missing child. I'm sorry, even the
we've got to
runaways.
get the stuff changed.
Yeah, that we shouldn't have to have 50 million alerts because of a definition. Like, change the fucking definition.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, we didn't even have the Amber Alert back when Morgan Nick went missing, and it was her mother, Colleen Nick, that here in Arkansas got the Morgan Nick Alert started, and also started a deal where they would go around to every, like, all kinds of events, county fairs, state fairs and stuff. You could have your kid's picture made every year. They gave you a little kit with instructions on how to collect DNA from your child. And, you kept it in a Ziploc bag in your freezer. And you could do that every year. And I took my kids and did it every year, and I kept DNA samples in my refrigerator for them. And then, of course, the Amber Alert thing came out. So now we refer to it here in Arkansas as a Amber Morgan Nick Alert.
Gotcha. I just still don't understand why Billy Joe would tell the courts that the mother was abusive and on drugs, but only go for an eviction as opposed to a protective order for those children. If I saw a woman beating, if a woman was in my house and beating on her children, the first thing I would do if I was going down this avenue that Billy Joe went down would be a protective order. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, I agree.
Children, because they were being beat. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, whether these children were being abused or not. It was prevalent to everybody on that street.
It kind of seems like she did things backwards. You would think that she needed to get her out of the house first. But then again, if she had custody of the kids, she could have taken the kids with her.
But she had custody of the kids. Custody of the kids was already ordered. This didn't just happen. This was, and this is another thing. You know that this girl hates this child. She knows that her daughter, her daughter has been very vocal to everybody that she never connected with Quentin. Everybody knew she never connected with Quentin. Everybody saw her targeting this boy. And so, mom, I'll never understand why mom or grandma would go through these hoops to get these children, but leave the child that she condemned throughout the court process in that home and watching these kids.
Right.
There's like, everybody is like feeling sorry for Billy Joe. Why? Why?
Well, that's what made me wonder if she did this of her own accord, or was CPS fixing to take the kids away and she went and hurried and got custody of them.
Right.
But I don't know why she didn't. It doesn't make sense to me that they didn't do some kind of a home study and say, well, why is this the person that you're trying to take the kids away from living in your home?
Right. Right. Yeah. And how about this? We're the state's going to take these kids until you properly evict your daughter or get her out of this house. You can't have these children with the mom in the house. You can't have custody of these children with where was that from the courts? So that tells me that the courts probably didn't even know that Leilani was living, or she was saying, "Oh, I'm protecting the kids, but we're working on getting Leilani evicted." No, you're not protecting those kids. You're leaving those kids in Leilani's care, knowing she's going to beat that child, knowing that. And not only that, but we've already went through Leilani's Facebook profile, right? Leilani, we've got screenshots of Leilani talking about, yeah, I can't even horseplay with my husband or my kids without somebody thinking something bad's happening. So that tells me right there, everybody was on edge about her and this boy. They knew she was beating him. And that was back in September. Trust me, Billy Joe is just as culpable. And now we see her drinking with her daughter and getting drunk and being loud and wanting to hit on men and getting telephone. What? You're thinking of sex at a time like this?
Exactly. Oh, what? I think she's fooling around with that neighbor. I think that's why that neighbor's so protective of her.
Oh, she has to be, because we found out that she was in his car. She took his car to the store. Billy Joe took his car to the store with Quentin and left. And this woman came up to us and told us this story about how Billy Joe literally said, "Hey, can you watch this kid?" And left the kid in a buggy with a
stranger and Dollar General. Wow.
I also found out that Billy Joe, everybody thinks that Billy Joe cleaned her act up. No, she didn't. She's running around with bikers, going to these biker bars and doing rails off the back of dirty toilets.
Oh, God.
She's still on cocaine, from what I'm hearing. These people are not good. The neighborhood calls that house a party house. When we were there, the house didn't stop partying even after this boy was in a freaking landfill. They were still having parties.
Yeah. You know, God, it's just infuriating. It's, you know, it's just like Candace and Dawn all over again, drunk and on YouTube and, you know, kicking it up with BK, and, you know, it's sickening.
Yeah.
Completely sickening.
I had two people out there, didn't leave a bruise on their child. She popped her child. I don't know what the situation is, but they've never beat their children. They weren't accused of beating their children. But they had their children taken from them for some benign BS. They're getting their stuff together. They're fighting to get their kids back. But, you know, it's people like that that's outraged. That they barely did anything wrong, and here they are without their children. And this woman has beat these children for years. I mean, her oldest son, that Zane, the one that she likes, has had black eyes and bruises all over his body, and that's the one she loves. Can you imagine this poor Quentin, the one that she hated the most?
Oh my God!
What he went through. He wasn't even 2 years old. And I guarantee you, when they find his bones, because that's what they're looking for now, because they chose to take 10 freaking days to start searching the landfill, right? They could have had a body.
Yeah, that's my other concern.
They're dropping the ball. We're looking for a bag of bones. You know, and if it's upsetting that everybody, this is just the most heartbreaking. This is the youngest. I mean, this is literally the youngest baby we've covered on this channel.
Right. And, you know, if they say they can't arrest her, you know, until they, you know, of course, and I understand they've got to find the child, they've got to find the evidence and all that kind of stuff. But they're looking for a needle in a haystack. And, from the moment that Quentin's little body ended up in that landfill, there have been dump trucks, there have been, what do you call those things? Not forklifts, but the ones that, scoop up stuff and all this big machinery out there. And they move garbage, they separate garbage, they bury garbage. I don't know if they incinerate things or not. But there's constantly workers out there, that are working and getting this all disposed and dispersed, and however they all, do it all. And, this is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. And if they can't charge her with anything after she's already confessed, what's going to happen if they can't find any remains? What's going to happen when she gets away with this, just like Casey Anthony did, because they could not prove how Kaylee Marie Anthony died. That's how Casey Anthony got away with what she did.
Yeah. And that's why I'm so furious.
I'm afraid the same thing's going to be with Summer.
Yeah, that's why I posted on the Bullhorn Betty channel the news report of them being at the landfill literally the day after he went missing. If they would have started their search right then and there, we would have this baby. They just started their search on the 16th, but they knew of the landfill since the 6th. This is disgusting. This is the garbage. And they're going to tell their public, oh, we're just waiting. She's got constitutional rights. And, we want to make sure we dot the I's and cross the T's. What about the past crimes? Dot the I's and cross the T's on those first and get her ass in jail. And then worry about dotting the I's and crossing the T's on the murder or the disappearance of her child. Let's get her in jail for
there's plenty of things to hold her on as we speak until, you do get the, even if you arrest her and she's able to bail out or bond out or whatever, at least you've done something.
Yes. Amen, Ruby. Amen.
And I just, I sure as heck don't want to see another Brian Laundrie situation.
That's why we're keeping eyes on her. Like right now, we have eyes on Billy Joe and Leilani. We have literally eyeballs on them. They can run, but they can't hide. This is YouTube. This is not your Chatham County Police Department. We will find you. I will make you climb walls. And I have proved that time and time again. I do not like baby killers. I do not like people that assault people. There was a lady out there, and it's sad because she seemed pretty cool. But you know what? I don't believe in assaulting protesters, whether you agree with them or not. That's their constitutional right to be there. And you know what? If it disturbs you, it disturbs you. I apologize about that. But you know what? She should have been as equally outraged, but she decided to assault one of the girls. And the bad thing is this woman had a very distinguished dog. It was the husky that was red. And she drove through there so many times. We had her license plate. I didn't even have to give these girls her license plate because she had been through all they had to do was go back on past streams. But one of the other girls did catch the license plate. And I'm sure that girl, if she didn't get arrested, will be arrested. But why would you put yourself in legal jeopardy? I mean, we are out there because we are opposing violence and you are being violent. That does not go well with me at all.
I don't know. I no offense to the good people of Georgia, but I heavily covered the Ahmaud Arbery case. And those people just think that, you can run amok and that it's the Wild West down there.
It is. It pretty much is, unless you're out past 11. Apparently, according to the locals, you get
or you're protesting.
You're out past 11, but it's okay to murder kids and walk free.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't, I couldn't believe how closely the police were monitoring y'all, and something you said earlier, and I don't hope this don't offend anybody, but you know what? White folks can protest too.
Yeah.
We're just as outraged
I have the best
about these injustices as anybody else is.
But Ruby, I have, like, in Democrat ran areas, I'm fine, because they understand it. But the Republican areas, they're supposed to be First Amendment people too, right? But they're the ones that have the biggest problem with the stuff that I do. And
Yeah.
Oh well, keep making those laws, because they're going to keep being shot down by a First Amendment constitutionalist. And even the one in Florida, it does not prevent me. People keep thinking, oh, they made a law because of Bullhorn Betty. No, they didn't. And as a matter of fact, they actually say 3 or more people that gather to protest. If you guys recall, they actually excluded us from that bill because it was 2 of us, not 3 of us, that were protesting. So people can say what they want to, if they want to, but in all fairness, that law really doesn't apply to me. It doesn't apply to people with press badges, and it does not apply for even more than 3 people. All it makes us do is not stand in front of somebody's house. So it just spreads us out a little bit. We just walk in a circle up and down the street, and we're okay with the Florida protest law here, even though it's unconstitutional. And I'm pretty sure that the First Amendment people are already on it and probably already suing the governor for it. The bottom line is I can still protest here in Florida, and they think I can't. And I'm happy to prove it. I'll go out right now and protest in front of somebody's house. It doesn't stop me from doing that, and they cannot arrest me or ticket me.
We have the right to assemble and the right to free speech.
Absolutely. And I actually would, and many of you guys know, I have no problem going to jail so I can sue on First Amendment grounds. They would never arrest me here. They'll give me a ticket more than they will arrest me. I can tell you that. Desha, I heard that they didn't allow any more trash to be dumped in that area after they came to the conclusion the baby had been taken to the landfill. They had a lot of organizing to do there. They did. But the problem is they were 10 days late on that organization. They knew that child could have been in that dump, and they chose to stop, not even search. They didn't even bring a cadaver dog out there to check to see if he was out there before they decided not to search out there. They did that 10 days later. They dropped the ball. So they had a lot of organization to do, but they should have done it on October 6th, not October 16th. They dropped the ball, and now they're playing catch up. But at this point, all the evidentiary value is probably gone because of their screw up. Decomp wouldn't show. She will walk, get a lower sentence. These killers are meeting to plan as they are well versed in murder. It's possible. It's possible, Grandma Bunny. It is possible. Unfortunately, it seems like there is definitely something on Google that's helping people. So I'm pretty sure they're looking at their Google history as well. But this is insane.
Yeah, there were.
Do you think
there
she
was some kind of
decomposed so she didn't have to face justice?
Oh yeah, I mean, everybody knows that what happened with Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
And so and if you remember, didn't Candace go get the same tattoo that Casey had?
Oh Lord, I don't know. I have no idea. Never heard that. That's the first I'm hearing of that.
I want to say Jonathan reported that, but it could have been someone else.
Oh, Jonathan would probably have reported that. He digs a lot. He digs deep. Like he's still digging.
Like,
he never stopped digging.
Candace had some kind of obsession with Casey Anthony, or something. I'd have to look back through a lot of stuff, but if people want to sit at home and be complicit, and little minions and do what they're told, and let law enforcement handle it. Yeah. They, this is what they're going to get.
Yeah.
We got to speak up. We got to stand up.
Yeah, and not only that, but these babies, they deserve justice, and a lot of them, as long as they're out of sight, out of mind, as long as they hide them good, these people.
Oh, we've got an epidemic on our hands.
Yeah, and that's
we've got a full-blown epidemic.
These babies are so tiny, they can be literally put anywhere. And it just, I kind of find it funny that all these things where these children are disappearing are in places that have desolate areas. Desolate areas. I mean, think about it. Idaho has desolate areas. Utah has desolate areas. Here has desolate areas. I mean, it's just, all they have to do is find a way to hide this, and they can escape for years. And this is
yeah. I'm surrounded by woods.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by a lake, a huge lake. I mean, there's 1,000,001 places to hide a body out here where I am.
Absolutely. This is absolutely insane. Silent treatment. Can you show me your face and I'll bring you up? Thank you, hon. I'm going to bring in silent treatment. Hello, love.
Hello, Bullhorn Betty. I just love your name.
Oh, thank you.
I've been following Twitter action, and there's a gentleman down there who's been covering this for the local news there, and he has recordings of them fighting.
Oh, I'm sure. It's probably Brett. Brett is Brent or whatever his name is. He's on it.
No, it's female.
Oh, okay.
And I've been also sitting here thinking, why is it they don't have her in custody? Why is it they don't seem to care that she's going to a bar getting drunk with her mom? And I was sitting there going, what if they're allowing her to do these things so that way they can have more ammo for building a case against both of them?
Right.
And, I've been thinking about this because, with all of the Twitter stuff that's going on in regards to the family, a lot of people are really devastated about the fact that she's not locked up.
I've got to refresh. I'm going to hold on just a second. I'm going to leave silent treatment and Ruby up here, but I've got to refresh. You keep talking, but my computer. Oh, here. Okay. It's starting to work again. So it says in a press conference, it now has been said that they are going to find all that are involved and hold them accountable. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that they now say that, now that it took YouTube rearing its ugly head in their county. It shouldn't have had to come to this. It should never have. I should not have to go to these places. I should not have to be, calling on the removal of a police chief and a mayor in a county. It should not have to come to that. They should do their job and do it well. This is a dereliction of duty to allow a baby killer running the streets of Chatham County. It is literally egg on their face right now. And they are too blind or too stupid to see it. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're speaking your heart. But, because I've been watching and I've been looking and I've been reading a lot of the stuff from their local news. I've watched old videos, when they first broke the news about him missing. And, they've stated on several occasions through the news about the Leilani, whatever her name is.
Yeah, Leilani.
And I call her Baby Killer is how I identify her. And her boyfriend. And there is no communication with the boyfriend. There's none. Like, he went totally silent.
I think he's going to start turn state's evidence. And not only that, but they just his statements alone should be enough to put this lady in jail, because you know damn well that Billy Joe saw her beating this child, the neighbors saw her beating this child, the babysitter saw her beating this child. The babysitter has evidence of the bruises on all these children, and you still let this lady walk free?
Yeah.
What do we have to do? Like, it's not like an affidavit. Eyewitness testimony is the best kind of evidence you can have. You don't need to go past an affidavit to arrest somebody. If they choose to do that, then they're choosing to thwart the law. Because at the end of the day, if I file an affidavit and sign it under penalty of perjury that you did something, they should have to act on that. And when you have video evidence and photography evidence to back that claim up, law enforcement basically told the babysitter that when Billy Joe stormed into her home, assaulted her daughter, tried to grab the phone out of her daughter's hand, attempted burglary of an occupied dwelling is the charge she should have right now. And they basically told the babysitter that they can't charge her, even though she has video evidence of the crime. She has an affidavit of the crime. And this is the kind of horse shit that your guys are being fed in Chatham County. That Billy Joe should have been arrested that day for the assault on that babysitter. And they just law enforcement turned their back on a victim in their community that was assaulted to protect somebody that was responsible for a baby's death. That, to me, makes me sick.
You know, another thing too that I've noticed, a lot of people are out there saying, "Oh, I don't think she confessed." Actually, there's a screenshot where her mom put out there, where she says, "My daughter admitted to hurting the baby."
Doesn't remember, and he's in the landfill.
But she don't remember. Yeah, but she don't remember what she did. That he's in the landfill.
But hey, babe, let's go out and get drunk at a local bar 45 minutes away. Come on, honey, let's go. You just killed your kid, but we need to go have a cocktail together and celebrate. It's just
it's sad. It's really ridiculous. But I hope you and Dolly keep putting up that heat over there.
Yeah, there's going to be, like I said, this is the calm before the storm as we regroup. We are already organizing more people. And to be honest with you, like I said, in 2 days, this is what it's going to take. I mean, we're still here. Like I said, I still have eyeballs on Leilani. I have eyeballs on Billy Joe. And we've identified most of the friends that they hang out with and their locations. So if they try to go someplace else, they can run, but they can't hide. We're going to prove it to them each and every time. But if law enforcement doesn't want to keep eyes on her, believe me, we will.
Yeah. I really, I missed you guys going live yesterday, but I get it because, I spent my whole morning the next day and met a few cool people on yours and Dolly's chat. We were up 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning waiting for y'all to go live, and nobody went live, and he was a little late. I was like, I want to know what's going on with this baby. Twitter isn't doing nothing.
Yeah, no, it's because Twitter usually is for mainstream media to get stuff out. Mainstream media is not really talking. There's only one, in my opinion, there's only one news reporter out here that's really trying to get to the truth, and that's that Brett guy, the one that went on Nancy Grace. And I gotta say, he blamed me for him being on Nancy Grace, by the way. But he's a nice guy. I like him. He seems pretty good. He seems like he as a news reporter really wants the truth. And that's commendable. These other news reporters are only out there just to get their clip and go home. He when we showed up at that hotel, he must have had a lead that led him there. He just didn't know what he was looking for, because when he saw us, he ran up to us. Where are they? Where are they? And we pointed it, and he started recording right away. So Brett Buffington, that's his name, Brett Buffington. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, he was out there with us. He seems like he's really trying to get a hold of this. I don't know when Nancy Grace is getting a hold of this, but he was the one that was out there. Like he's the one that ran up to the car and said, "Where's your child?" When I was running behind the truck and saying, "What did you do with that baby?" You guys all heard that because it was on every hate channel on YouTube about how horrible I am for asking her what she did with her damn baby. He was the one asking her tough questions. None of the other media were out there asking her tough questions. Brett was the one asking tough questions. Brett is the one that was at that Sandcastle Inn as well. So he seems like he's really trying to uncover what happened. So, but out of all the news outlets so far, he's the only one.
Every news outlet needs a Brett Buffington and a Brian Enton.
Yep, I agree. Brian's cool. I remember meeting Brian. He had maybe 25,000 followers when I met him. So if you guys go and see his following now, you'll see I knew him when he was still green.
And those of you who are on Twitter or don't know about Twitter, if you load up that app and put Quentin Simon in the little search part, you're going to see a lot of things that have been put out there. They have drone footage of the landfill in which they are searching at.
Yeah.
They have a lot of footage that, you guys aren't seeing be put out there by anyone right now because they're trying to keep it hush hush.
Yeah. Well, God bless the babysitter because she's not allowing this to stay hush hush.
Yeah.
I watched the video from her last night.
Yeah, she made sure everybody knew that she can see that the family is just living their best life while their baby's remains are in a landfill.
While everybody else is searching for the baby, they're living their best life.
I know me as a mother, a grandmother, and a great grandmother, my happy behind would be help looking. Period.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if that was my mom wouldn't even, she couldn't even look at me. My mom would probably kill me, and my mom wouldn't certainly not be out taking me drinking.
Did you hear Mama Bullhorn? That woman would skin me alive. You guys know how much my mama loves me.
Oh yeah. My mom would skin me too.
I mean, this is not normal. This is not a normal family. And you know what? This was so preventable, and this outcome was foreseen. Like if I saw this, I would have been, you guys know me, if I would have saw this, I would have been telling Billy Joe, you need to get this child away from this girl before she kills him.
Right.
And then to find out, she turns around, she goes to the court, tells how horrible her daughter is to these kids, and then leaves them in her care. Billy Joe is just as responsible as her daughter because she handed her daughter a loaded gun and aimed it right at Quentin.
Well, and that's absolutely, and I'm okay. So I'm in this situation right now, and this is what I remember the other day. I was really wanting to get on your panel, and then I never came. And it was, this might be a little off subject, but it's not. It's about CPS. My situation is my bonus girls' mom she's on drugs and she's delusional in the whatever. CPS literally dropped that case. They came and they told me and Jimmy that the kids are safe, everything's fine, there's no need for them anymore. And the girl never got in trouble, even though she's got neglect and abuse and all this stuff. And I looked at that CPS worker and I'm like, do you not understand that this is the reason why all these kids are missing? Like, do you not understand that this is why? You don't even know if we are good people. You just assume we are. And she just looks at me and I'm like, I'm a good person, but this is what happens. And I was like, I started listing off kids. I'm like, do you know Oakley? Do you know Summer Wells? Do you know this? And I said, Harmony. And she just looked at me. She goes, I know about every single one of those cases. And I said, then CPS dropped the ball on every single one of those cases. And I said, and you're dropping the ball again.
Mm-hmm.
And she, you know what she said? I felt so bad for her. She just looked at me and she goes, do you understand how tight our hands are? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, with the law. She goes, we can't just go in and take kids. She's like, but then when we need to take kids, we still can't go in and take kids. She's like, there's so many laws that trump what you should do.
Yeah. Apparently in Georgia, the only way you can get your kids taken from you is if you don't do really anything to harm them, and they just don't, whatever. Because like I said, I've met several people out there that talked about their case, and their case does not rise to this level, yet their children are taken from their custody.
Exactly.
And this lady's got her kids. So it shows me that you either have to do something really stupid to get your kids taken away, because killing your children doesn't even hardly rise to the level of getting your children taken away. It still took them to the 12th to remove the rest of the kids from the home.
And that's ridiculous. And like my friend just literally tells me the other day, her son was sick. He has a cold. I'm like, oh, did you take him to the doctor? She goes, hell no. And I said, what? She goes, haven't you heard? And I'm like, heard what? She's like, so-and-so took their baby to the hospital. I guess the baby fell, broke his arm, a boy. That hospital in my area called CPS. That woman lost her kids for 6 months. And this woman never did anything to her children.
Yeah. Well, look at what's going on with Megan Walsh here in Florida. She had her 5-month-old baby ripped out of her arms, or 5-day-old baby ripped out of her arms. She's never been accused of abusing or laying a hand on one of her children. And she's got all of her children removed. Why? Because her father is John Walsh, a big movie guy, but he's doing this to his own child for what? She didn't do anything. And why in the hell would he want to raise a whole bunch of young children at his advanced age? And I can't, this woman has never been accused of abusing these children. He doesn't like how she's raising them. And that's apparently enough here in the state of Florida to have your children, even including a 5-day-old baby, ripped out of your arms.
Right. But what about Savannah? That's ridiculous. So wait a minute. I just backtrack just a little bit. First off, I think there's a huge media blackout with Megan Walsh.
There is, because it's John Walsh.
Right. Huge, because we have not heard anything. The only time you hear anything is if somebody on YouTube brings it out.
Yeah.
And
John Walsh, the one that was part of America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yes,
no, you got to Google that story.
Oh my God! Yeah, I'm gonna Google that. Oh my God!
Taking her children away from her. He had law enforcement go in there and rip a 5-day-old child away from his own daughter's arms.
And she's like a yoga instructor or something.
Yeah, she's salt of the earth. She's a free spirit. She believes in natural stuff. She doesn't believe in medical. All this medication and John doesn't like that. So he decides to take his daughter to court for custody because he doesn't like how she's raising her kids. Not that there's abuse.
It's a war on motherhood.
Agree with the way she's raising her kids.
Oh my word!
So wait, okay. So let me ask this question real fast. So wait, I thought John Walsh didn't even have the kids. That he got them removed and he didn't even take custody of them, and they're in foster care.
If that's the case, man, he's even more of a piece of garbage than I thought he was.
I thought I heard that on Doug. When Doug did all that shit.
Well, JLR knows Megan personally, so
maybe that's right. Him. I need to get back on JLR's page because he deleted it and then I never seen him again. But everybody still
has a new page.
Yeah, he has a new page. It's Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates or Jonathan Riches Investigates. I think it's Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. He's got a new channel on here. He still has his old channel, but he's been running a lot of stuff on his new channel. So if you guys have not had an opportunity, go over there and hit him up.
I'll have to do that. So that the whole Megan Walsh thing, that compared to Savannah and Leilani, I don't understand how law enforcement, senators, or anybody in any type of political head position
Mhm.
can sit here. Like, I mean, metaphorically, just and not say anything and not
Yeah.
do anything. There's a baby in a landfill.
But this is my problem. Here's the major issue for me.
I'm
The
not sighing
major
at you. I'm
issue
just
for
sighing at
me
the situation.
here is the past crimes. If there was no past abuse, if there was no history of child neglect, there was no history of child endangerment, if there was none of this history, this past history, recent past history before this child went missing, they have enough to arrest her on those past crimes. And here's where it's disgusting to me. We all know this. I mean, it is now, evident. We've exposed this. And we've exposed the fact that there is proof by video and photography of this abuse. There's text messages going to the grandmother outlining this abuse. So there's evidence. There's not just an affidavit. There's literally supporting evidence to that affidavit, and they're still not arresting this woman. That's what pisses me off. Hold on, chat. We're gonna bring Ricky Beavers up.
Betty, I'm a drop down. I have to go be an adult.
Oh, okay, you're adult.
Oh, that's no fun.
No,
I would stick around, but I have to be an adult.
I know.
We'll make sure you Google about Megan
the law.
I'll be listening though. I might come back.
Don't be a stranger. Come up. We talk about this stuff. It seems like you got you got your head on right. So come on up and express things in the future.
All right, no problem.
All right, love. Take care.
Bye.
Ricky.
Hey, Betty. How y'all doing?
We're doing
Hey,
good.
Ricky.
Hey, Betty. I didn't think they'd do anything they're going to find this kid's body first before they arrest him. I was kind of confused about it at first, but more I got thinking about it. I mean, you can put somebody in jail and let them sit there, but it's best if they find their body. But the only thing that bothers me is that if they went and they put that child in there like that, and then how they crush things up.
I know.
God,
oh my God.
God, I didn't want to think about that, but
that's the
saddest
thing.
Night,
is
and
my
this woman is out. But
me.
Don't you think, Ricky, from everything that we found, the past, like we've been around the block a couple times. You've been following true crime for some time. You want to do a ranch for unwanted children, basically.
Yes,
right?
I do, Betty, and I want to get started on that. And I need people's support with that. I need people to start buying CDs, T-shirts, and I'm totally blind, but look, I lean on God. That's all I got. No offense, but that's it is what it is. I mean, God will help me, and I'm going to have cameras all over this place. I'm going to make sure I get people in there that want to love kids and uplift children, because it really devastates me, these things that's going on with these little innocent children. And God, man, and Betty, I'll be straight with you. If I was around somebody doing that, I would take, like what you're doing. You made me love you more when you and Dolly there on top of that, which I follow you and Dolly a lot. You know what I mean? More than anybody. And I do appreciate y'all, what y'all do. And
yep, 100%.
Wow, man, it was phenomenal. I loved it when I heard y'all over at that over at the hotel, Betty. You were from hell, girl. But that's good. It takes people like you with guts to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know what the law would do if they would try to get y'all for harassment or whatever, by following those.
Like Betty said, if they would have arrested them, they would have had that. Oh, man.
If they would have arrested protesters pissed off that they're not arresting a baby killer.
But Betty, let me show you what I don't know. Can you, I bought like 4 mums. I was going to put 2 on my mama's grave. And of course they said I couldn't do it unless I hung them, and I don't want to, so I'm going to do something different. But anyway, here's what I've been doing. I've been watering these flowers twice a day in memory of my mother. There's one of them.
Oh, those are beautiful.
They are.
Then here's another one.
Nice,
it's a pretty red.
Okay. Then I got another one over here.
Gosh, I love that red of those flowers.
Then I got one more. Though I can't see flowers, I enjoy them,
Yeah.
Just to touch them, I mean, I love mums. And I I
That's
think they're beautiful.
Ricky, you
They're
make me
not just
tear.
beautiful,
That's
they're
so
big and
beautiful.
bushy.
Well,
Do you still love flowers?
yes, I do. I
That
love
old man
nature.
died and looked at my old man, and he was on his way. He was on his motorcycle getting ready to leave, and he looked at my old man and said, "Life's short, buddy. Always stop and smell the flowers." And he grabbed a handful of flowers and smelled them. Took off on his bike, hit a wall.
Wow, bless his heart. Hey, Betty, I want to tell you something else too. Now, I support. No, I do support law enforcement. I do. There's good and bad in everywhere as far as in law enforcement. Okay, we just got to weed them bad people out and put more good people in there. That's my feel of it.
Seems like it's getting worse though, Ricky.
Yeah, I know.
Seems like we're getting more bad people in the world than good.
Well, I'm gonna be straight with y'all. I was praying to the Lord the other day, and I don't want to break your heart, but I want to tell you the truth. There's not enough food around. There's not enough food to feed everybody.
No.
And that is so sad.
That's where genetic engineering of meat comes in.
Yeah.
I know. It's gross.
It's so sad.
I'm trying to go natural, not
right. Scientific.
Not fake.
And Betty, on this ranch, I want to have it where there's a lot of cattle out there, like cows and stuff, raise their own food, and don't give them all these shots and everything. Because I went to blind school in Louisville, Kentucky, and I went there for 11 years. And I'll be honest, I got involved in sports a lot, and the main thing that I was focused on, don't get me wrong, I did a little social studies, did a little science, but my main concern was math, spelling, and stuff like that. I was more into the basic things that a person needs to know. But anyway, as far as back to this kids ranch, God has put this on my heart a while back, and it's kind of strange how things are coming together. I know it's because of YouTube. I have a lot of views on my website for you and Dolly and other people that's invited people to my site, and I greatly appreciate that. It's time now to get the ball moving, so we can have a place when a kid is mistreated, that they'll have a place to come. And Betty, I know I can't take care of the whole world by no means, all these children and stuff, but I just had to pray that God will send the right kids to us and do that. And Betty, I love to have you a part of it too, because I love your heart, and I've grown to love you a little more when you were down in Georgia.
Yeah, I would love to be a part of an initiative like that, because it is so great. I think it's what's needed, and I think more people should do stuff like this. If they have the area to build a ranch for children and their hearts in the right spot, and get the right people to support them, then yes, I think that this should be going on all over the place, because our children are being harmed by their own parents. And,
and that's what gets me. Betty, you taught me that a year ago. And that conversation's never not weighed on my soul, that you told me most of the time it's the parents.
Yeah,
it is.
And I can't believe it. And even recently I was telling my old man that. I was like, Jimmy, it's mostly the parents, and most of the time the parents are on drugs, like your ex-wife. And that's the scary part, and it's always meth.
Yeah. Well, this one, she was cocaine positive, so I'm of the belief she was smoking crack cocaine.
Right, but still, what is up with the speed that makes people like lose their minds?
Because they're up all hours of the night, and they're just
that's
not
what my
sleeping.
boyfriend
And
said.
when you don't have sleep, your brain's not functioning, your body's not functioning, you're more.
That's what he told me. He goes, "You must have not ever stayed up more than a day."
Yeah.
Betty, I do gotta make a confession though. I did laugh when you fell back in the chair. I didn't mean. Y'all had me laugh.
I laughed
couldn't
too.
see it.
You guys
y'all
are all
was
so
laughing.
cute.
Y'all had me laughing though I couldn't see. Y'all made me laugh, and that's a good thing. It's weird how a blind person just laugh over something. Really don't know what he's laughing about, but I just laughed along with y'all.
But it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny. And not only that, but everybody didn't know. I took a second spill in the same chair, in the same area, but this time it bruised me up. I got my fingers bruised. I got my elbow bruised.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it was funny. I laughed. Well, the second time I was a little pissed. I had to go sit in the car and cool off, because I was ready to tear the chair up.
Wow, bless your heart. Bless you. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have laughed, but Y'all
Oh
had
no,
me
I
laughing.
laughed. It was funny. It was funny. You had every right to laugh. Everybody
So
had
what
every
are you
right to
guys
laugh.
gonna do today?
Betty, I do want to tell you too about my veterans song. I talked to a lady, and she is a judge advocate for the state of Kentucky for the veterans, and they had 200 commanders meet over the past weekend. I haven't heard back from her yet. I told them about my veterans song because I want to recognize. I want to recognize these people that put their lives on the line for you and me, and
God bless you.
lot of people go out there and do what they do as far as the veterans and stuff. Changing the subject for a second, but they in their mind they don't know they don't feel like it's right, but they still obligated to do that. And a lot of times when we go to war, we're fighting over things that really is a lot of that's nonsense, that we're losing a lot of people over.
And we don't even know what we're fighting about half the time.
That's right, and that bothers me.
Me too. My dad was a
My
Vietnam vet,
son-in-law is
Ricky, so I
hurt,
appreciate
Navy.
you. Thank you for doing that for him.
Well, I want to because I want to, don't get me wrong, I got a lot on my plate, but the main thing I want to get going is this kids ranch here, and like this song for the veterans, I do want them to be recognized. And
Can somebody drop? Hold on. Can somebody, one of my mods, drop Ricky Beaver's YouTube channel?
Yeah, rickybeavers.com. And everybody, if you would, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, rickybeavers.com. On the Ricky Beavers, subscribe to that, like that. Also, my Facebook page, and like my Facebook, be greatly appreciated. And I do want to get this up and moving with this. Betty, I don't call it a kids ranch because I don't want to be, you know how they done about Michael Jackson.
Yeah. But it's still a ranch for underprivileged children that don't have a place to live.
Since you brought it, sorry, go on.
But Betty, I do appreciate you so much. And I'll be honest, you've grown close to my heart as I followed you down Georgia. And I'm glad that you do speak up and you're not afraid. And I'm going to tell you something. If I was down there and somebody put their hands on you, I might be blind, but they got to whoop me too. And I mean, I'm not bragging, but I've been to jail 4 or 5 times for 4th degree assault. People tell me they're going to whoop me. So I've been programmed to whoop them first. Because, I mean, anybody jump on a blind man's an idiot anyway.
Well, exactly. I think that would be funny because, it'd be pretty bad when you get your butt kicked by a blind man. That's pretty.
Well, I mean,
since you guys brought it up, I just wanted to say that about the veterans and stuff. You're right, Ricky. They go out and they fight for us. They fight for reasons they don't know, and sometimes they're young. Sometimes we all know the story, but I don't know if everybody realizes. Like, I know that we have these veteran affairs and we have I forget this other one, all this stuff, but I don't think people realize how much help veterans don't get.
No, they don't get. They don't.
No, they sure don't.
They do not. My father struggled. I mean, he fought for our country, and nobody helped him in the end of his life. And he was a Vietnam vet. There's tons of them. My buddy was a bomb tech, and he's going crazy because nobody will help him. And that's what I just wanted to put that awareness out that, yes,
well, we want
veterans need us.
God's help and the American people. It takes a village to do what I want to get done. I know I talk about, I go 2 or 3 different directions, but they're on my mind too. And but main thing right now is getting this kids ranch going and where these kids have a place to go. And I want to bring people in. Of course, they had to be checked. And Betty, I like that ideal. You was talking about the kids' social security number where they could put in the
central database
up and do all that.
Yeah.
That was a hell of an idea. I don't know how you come up with that, but that was
smart. Yeah, that's what I've been advocating for ever since Harmony Montgomery. When I found out the issues, that's what brought it up to my mind. When I heard about the states arguing with Harmony Montgomery, nobody knew what the right hand or left hand was doing. And I'm like, this should not be happening with our children that are in the Department of Children's.
That's right. Amen.
I got to drop down. Not. Thanks for having me on. Love you guys.
Oh, love you too, Steph. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye.
All right.
But Betty, I will tell you, a while back, God did use me. I went to Frankfort, Kentucky, and prayed on the Capitol steps. They was trying to get the governor to make pass the bill for $20 million for disadvantaged children. I don't like to say retardation and all that, and and handicapped, because that's garbage in my opinion. Because God showed me a long time ago, we all got something wrong with us. If you want to look back, as far as in some kind of something wrong with all of us. Okay. But anyway, God used me, and I prayed on the Capitol steps, as I said, and we had like 6 radio stations there. And so what I wanted to try to help do is get it where people with children with disabilities, like Down syndrome and all that, they could live like you and me in houses and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then they have like an adult staying with them in these houses and drive them to the store and do things they need to get done. And of course, anyway, praise the Lord, that bill did pass. And I prayed for more money, and they wound up getting like 50 million still of the 20 million.
Yeah.
And so I just know if God can do that, He can make this happen with this kids ranch. And it's really something I want to move strong forth to, because this ain't about me. This is about making a difference in these little children's life that needs support. And I don't want to think about how many kids today is probably being mistreated that you and I don't even know about.
Yeah. Oh no, I absolutely believe that 100%. Give me just a second, Ricky.
Go ahead,
Regina,
honey.
thanks so much for joining the
Betty.
panel.
Hey Betty, I don't join many panels, but everything you do, I see you do, and I find faith in the human race because of. So, yeah.
Well, I can tell you it's not easy. I get a lot of heat for the work I do because people they don't agree. Some people don't agree with it, but when you have, a baby killer on the streets of a county in the United States and nobody's doing anything about it, people start seeing the benefit of what I do. Think about it. This woman killed a 20-month-old child, her child, and she's able to go anywhere she wants to go. She's able to obviously drink and party. And here we are watching FBI going through a landfill to find this small little, a bag of bones. And it breaks my heart. And to think that there's not one law enforcement agent sitting on that house.
Yeah. But you know what? It's completely different though if you're not a real criminal and say you get pulled over and it's what do they call them? Unlawful orders given to you by a cop. And you disagree with that cop, you go to jail. You're in jail for 2 days until your court date comes around. Bare minimum, because you didn't agree with the officer and do what he told you to immediately. They'll charge you with interfering with an investigation, or they'll charge you with resisting.
Well, let me
You're
tell
in jail
you guys,
for 2 days over nothing.
Let me educate the people of Chatham County. If a law enforcement agent pulls you over without probable cause, you can tell him you refuse to give him your driver's license. You do.
Yes.
They have to have probable cause to pull your car over. If you driving out at 11 o'clock at night or 12 o'clock at night, that's not probable cause to pull you over. That is, you can tell that officer to take a hike until he can tell you what you did to have him pull you over. You can deny giving him your driver's license, allow him to arrest you, and then sue the agency for civil damages for violating your rights.
But make sure you do have your video on your phone.
Yes, videotape the entire encounter.
I learned that one.
Yeah, because if an officer pulls me over in my county without probable cause, I will deny giving him my driver's license. I have done it before and will do it again.
Oh, the first thing I asked.
Be real mean, Betty, if you wanted to.
Yeah, you don't violate my rights. I know my law. I studied.
Well, you a lot of that, because I know some, but I don't know it like I need to know it.
Yeah.
I live in Arkansas, and we're not a stop and ID state. And I literally had a cop pull me over one night, told me I went too far to the left on a right-hand turn. He was just wanting to know what I was doing. So,
that sounds about right. I'm from Arkansas too.
Yep. And I told him, well, quite frankly, that's none of your business. No business what I'm doing. But if you really want to know, I'm going down here. And, now this man is my husband. I said, I'm going down here to get laid.
That's not the law enforcement's business.
Well,
that cop looked at me dead in the face and said, you have. I said, yes, I will. He said, put your seatbelt on. I said, hey, have you been drinking? Because I've been wearing my seatbelt the whole time we've been talking.
Yeah.
He went and got in his car, face all puffy and red, but he knew. He knew he was messing with the wrong person.
And that's what
But
you
it's
have to do when law enforcement violate your rights. They will, if you don't know. They will do what they want to do if you don't know and you don't open your mouth and say no. Until I will give you my driver's license when you tell me what probable cause you had to pull me over. You use those words, they will walk back to their car, or you tell them, I want your supervisor on scene and I will hand him my license. And you let that supervisor know, or that chief, and you file complaints against them. The only way this stuff stops is when you want it to stop. If you put the work
yes.
in, you'll get the work out.
Yes. And see, that's what I don't think people understand out here, Betty, is you're not just standing up for Quentin here. You're standing in the face of adversary and the system to stand up for Quentin.
Yeah.
And there's all these other creators out here bad mouthing you, this, that, and the other. And the sad part about it is they're not putting any truth out there. They're not putting anything out there that is in any way validated by what's coming out of their mouth, other than a bunch of hate and a bunch of bull malarkey.
They're just making money off of it. I mean,
and that's exactly what it is. They're pointing the finger at us, saying we're making money off this. And then in the same respect, we're spending every penny we're making on this baby. Meanwhile, they're collecting every single penny and pocketing it and not doing a damn thing for these children. Not one missing person flyer, not one poster, not one sign, and definitely not one airfare trip, gas, hotel lodge, or a meal that has to be paid for.
Honey, you're on the scene. There's a difference there when you think. A lot of people know better, Betty. Don't worry about what people says, because you're gonna have. I don't agree. Me, you, we're all gonna have haters. You know what you're doing, and the people that's got common sense. If you're there on the scene, then they know what you're doing with that money. You know what I'm? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I wouldn't stress about that. But Betty, I want to get. I mean, I know this might sound crazy, but I wish all these YouTube creators would push things aside and let's think about these kids for a while. We'll have one night thinking about these kids, and let's try to push forth on getting this thing up and running.
The only people that we're going to get together are the people that are really truly in it for the children. So you're looking at the Justice for All. You're looking at JS for Justice. You're looking at MGL. You're looking at, me, Dolly, JLR, Chronicles of Olivia. These are the people I associate with because their hearts are truly in the right spot. I don't associate with the garbage like BK or Smelly Cabbage Feet. I don't deal with those people like, the Voodoo Candle Lady. I don't deal with those people. They're not legit to me.
I know you know what you're doing, but when you get things situated, Betty, you get with me and let's make this thing happen.
Yeah, and we'll work on it. Let this case settle down just a little bit, and then you and I will start strategizing.
Okay,
we'll bring in who we need.
And Betty, I appreciate it. And Betty, God bless you in the name of Jesus, and God bless a little.
Say a prayer for us. Say a prayer for baby Quentin for us before you go.
And I pray for Summer. I believe Summer's still alive, Betty. I really believe that in my heart. I feel that deep within. I can't help it. I really feel that.
You know what? I need to come pick you up and take you over to that house on Ben Hill Road.
Yeah, I like to feel the vibes on that.
Yeah. Once you feel the vibes, you tell me how you feel. Because I'm telling you, that's what I want this child. I want Summer to be alive more than anybody, because that will be a good day. That would be a positive thing. What she went through, probably not so much, but if she's still alive, that would be a beautiful thing. The only thing keeping me from that is that vibe, that feeling. You feel, there's two places you feel it at the most. It really is. And it's at their house and it's at that water hole. I don't know why you feel it there, but those are the two main places you feel that vibe.
Okay. Let me say a prayer that I back down here and Father God, I come to you in the name of Jesus, Lord. I come to you as a humble man. And Lord, I know that today that you are still in the miracle business, but I had someone come by that was a pastor of the Church of Christ, and he says you don't do miracles today. I do not believe that, because I've seen you show me signs. I've seen you do miracles. I've seen you answer prayers. I've seen you still working that just things that this thoughts just came to pass that I was just thinking in my mind that come to pass. And Lord, I pray for this little Quentin that he will be found. And I pray that justice will be done. And Lord, I just know what your word says. You said anyone that harm you, one of your little children, put a a stone around their neck, and cast them to the middle of the lake. And Lord, I just pray that that you will be in charge, take over, and you will put your covenant over Betty and Dolly as they're down in Savannah, Georgia, and you move in a mighty special way and be with them. And Lord, touch each and every one that's in the chat here, Father God. Lord, if there's someone down today that's depressed or whatever, Lord, I pray that you'll send a touch of your Holy Spirit into their body right now. And like a rushing mighty wave of your Holy Spirit, just move right now. And thank you for hearing this prayer. Thank you for answering. And thank you, Lord, by faith and belief that this prayer is going to be answered. Because, Lord, you know that I'm a prayer warrior. And I lean on you with all my mind, heart, and soul, my thoughts. I think of you every day. And I pray that a lot of more people would do that. And, Lord, I pray that people would join together. And let's build this kids branch for the children that need our help, that need our love, need your support. And most of all, Lord, thank you most of all for your love. And I pray you teach us all how to love one another. According to in the Bible, you said you want us to love thy neighbors, you love yourself. A lot of people don't know how to do that. A lot of people are reaching for love. And I pray that you just use us to set an examples, Father God, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
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 Thank you, Miss
Thank you,
Betty.
Ricky.
God bless y'all, each and everybody, okay?
All right. Well, we love you, man. Keep up the good fight.
Betty,
I'm gonna mute you, Regina, because of that. There were some things going on. I'm gonna let Bulldog Tracy say hi to everybody.
Good morning. I woke up a little late, but I'm caught up here.
Yeah. So, what do you think about all of this nonsense going on in Chatham County?
I am just back and forth. I want to have the hope and the belief that they're doing it meticulously so that they do. And I do think this is what they're doing, but it's so infuriating, especially after yesterday's events. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yeah,
that
it was.
I am just
it was
shaking.
the night before that they went out, but it was yesterday that we addressed them.
Yeah, I am. My insides. You know when you get like, I don't know if it's anxiety or what, but just shaking.
Yeah.
Just right now, I'm shaking. Just infuriated at the behavior. But what else did we expect? So I kind of go back and forth, like, what do you expect from these people?
Right.
But I mean, I've been told before my expectations of people are too high, and that's why I'm always uptight. But you know, no, it is not right. It's not just. There's not going to be justice for this baby, okay? And what I mean is, no matter what sentence they hand down, it's not justice. We have a legal system that penalizes people, okay? Yeah. But justice? We don't have a justice system. We have a legal system now.
Yeah.
There's too many laws underlining other laws that make us lawless.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. And it's all stinking political. This is child abuse, which resulted in murder. But they look at it as it's child abuse with an oops. Oops.
Yeah.
I call BS. It is time for these lawmakers and people, quite frankly. People need to stand up and start doing what you and I do, okay? Mm-hmm. I know people don't know what I do, okay? But I'm a mini Bullhorn Betty, okay? And it took me standing up and others joining me to bring charges against CPS workers.
Mm-hmm.
And it should not be that way.
No.
It should absolutely not be that way. And as you can tell, I'm pissed about it. And that just pushes me forward to continue. I've been doing it now for 3 years, and I think other people in your local communities, when something like this happens, you know what? Be that person who says, I can make a difference. And when you don't know how, because I had no idea where to start, I decided just to stand with a sign. And if other people joined me, they joined me. Okay? I was not letting it go. And you have to apply public pressure, because all of these people are elected officials.
Or
They work for
appointed by an
you.
elected official.
They
Or appointed.
Yes. And we know how that happens. But they work for you. This is what they are there for. Not just your taxes, your property lines, your roads. They are also there to pass laws.
Yeah. The only purpose of our government, people don't realize in the beginning when our government was being formulated, is that they were there to protect law and order and to build infrastructure. That was really the only purpose for our government. After in the people that were voted in did it without pay. They were statesmen. They just wanted a better country. Nowadays, you have all this money in this stuff, and now they've went over what they were designed to do. You know, where they were just supposed to be keeping us safe, providing infrastructure, you know, quality of life stuff. And now we're working for the government versus the government working for us. And I say that with a broad brush to every side of the political aisle. This is not a right left issue for me. This is an everybody issue for me.
Thank you. It's a right and wrong, not
Right.
left and right. It's right and wrong. And I'm tired of people treating children in the court system. First, they treat them like they're just a piece of paper.
Yeah.
This little kid's name on a piece of paper gets pushed from me to you to the next person back to me. Oh, this was supposed to go here. And in the meantime, they're getting beaten to death.
You know, you've got a very good point there, because in the judicial system, until a child is 12 years old, they have no voice in what parent they want to live with. If their parents split up, nobody listens to them. I mean, how many times do you hear of a child speaking up, something is happening to them, something, you know, or there's witnesses to something happening to them, and it's swept under the rug and out with the wash because they're children.
Yes, because, and I say, you know, I'm applying pressure on a specific person, okay? And I'm like, what? He doesn't matter because he's not old enough to vote?
Right.
He'll never be old enough to vote now.
Right? Right?
Yeah, but they took EDM Summer says, I think parents should have to have parent education. A lot of people have kids that aren't capable of parenting, and it's awful. And I agree with that. But see, once upon a time in school, they used to teach us economics. They used to teach us how to cook, how to clean, how to sew. And, you know, when I was going to school, we learned that in middle school. They've removed all these things that they taught us how to be not only just educated, but upstanding citizens, and how to properly proper nutrition, how to cook, how to clean. These are the things that they've removed from our school system. That's where I learned this stuff.
I actually took child development and parenting classes in high school. Do they not do this anymore, or they're electives?
Yeah, hold on, Regina. Let me get to you. Go ahead, and then I'll get to Ruby.
These things have been removed from our educational system and replaced with pornography and race hate, and teaching children that because you're a different color than another kid, you've got a hardship to have against someone else.
Yeah.
They aren't teaching our children how to be upstanding, honorable people anymore. They're teaching them how to hate each other.
But there's some from the communities, because I know for a fact here in Manatee County that even like I have a lot of activists I work with, and they're not, you know, the same, but we collaborate on different topics. Like, for example, our county closed a school that was in, they were very proud of this school in the Black and brown community of this county. And so we worked with the activists in that county to help fight for their school. And these are the types of things. And trust me, when I talked to Rodney, and this was I want to say a couple years ago, he friend requested me, and so I reached out to him. I said, Rodney, I love you to death, but we're on the opposite things. Can we agree that we won't attack our people for what they say? And he goes, look, at the end of the day, what everybody wants is we want safe, and this hit home to me. We want a safe environment. We want schools to go to. We want good jobs, and we want our kids properly educated. And I'm thinking, you're right. We all do want those things.
I might be a bad mother for it, but my son is autistic, and he's still smart enough to know when someone is hurting him. And there was another little boy that was in 5 grades ahead of him that was autistic too. And this little boy kept biting my son every day at school. My son would come home with teeth marks from this little boy biting him. And I told my son finally, I said, Adrian, the next time that little boy bites you, I want you to bite him back. Because I'd already called the school and complained about this, did everything I was supposed to do as a parent, and it was out of my control. The day my son bit that little boy back, he come home from school for biting that little boy back. I went and bought him an ice cream, but my son never got bit again.
Yeah. Right. Sometimes that's what it takes. Mama Bear 10 says teens that are about to age out of the system aren't taught how to fill out college or job applications, nor how to open a bank account and budget. I know this for a fact, and Mama Bear does know this for a fact because she's all up in this type of stuff. She's one of the angels that help, children that, especially, I think she prefers having the children that are autistic and stuff like that because she works so well with them. And those are the kids that most people don't want. And so God bless Mama Bear of 10.
Most people don't want. That's just heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking, but it's the truth. It's the truth. They want the cute kids that are, well-mannered, that's not ruffling their life. I mean, thank God for all the wonderful people that choose to go into foster care, in the foster care system to help these kids, but not all of them are like Mama Bear 10. There are some rotten ones that are just there to make the paycheck. And the ones that really do take care of these kids realize that the paycheck ain't near the cost to cover it.
Right.
And you brought up foster care, and I was looking up and I saw that Billy Joe had some type of kinship agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to look into exactly what that was.
Yeah. Either way, we all know that Leilani should have never been in the house with those kids and should definitely have never been alone with those kids. And then Billy Joe actually called the babysitter to have the kids brought home so Leilani could watch them. And this is the result of that decision.
Betty, when you were the only person that printed flyers and put up for Quentin Simon, my heart broke in such a way I can't even describe. Because as a mother, I would still be out in that street looking for my son. Where my head fell was where I slept until I found him.
Right. Hold on one second. Shantae? Hello,
yes.
love.
Hello.
What would you like to add to this conversation? How does this all make you feel?
Very angry. Very angry. I really hope that they're just sitting back and letting her hang herself and gather more ammo, like someone else had said.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I really hope they're not dropping the ball on it. I was hoping I would have caught Ricky, but that didn't happen. Down here in Florida, in Citrus County, anyway, I'm very familiar with it. We have a place called the Key Training Center, and it is for adults who have MRDD.
Mm-hmm.
And it's residential homes. These are beautiful homes, and they have anywhere from 5 to 9 people in a home, of course, with 6 bedrooms. And then people come in and care for them. But Ricky was talking about having a place like that for like, he even said he didn't like saying the word, but it is mentally retarded people. But they do have residentials here in Florida. I wish more states would do that.
Yeah.
Leilani, man, it's not looking like they're going to find Quentin, or they're even trying hard enough.
Well, I actually think they are now. I've seen the way that they're doing the trash, and that is the proper way of doing it. They definitely, if nothing more, they've got it now. But the problem is that they would have done this on October 6th when they had this information. They would have found this boy, and there would have been evidentiary value. I don't know what evidentiary value they're going to have with a bag of bones. Quite frankly, it's sad. It is what it is.
And
but
that's
I
if
have
they
a
even
funny
find
feeling
him.
we're going to see fractures on that boy. We're going to see fractures from the abuse, the past abuse on that boy, at least with the bones.
I really hope they find him. I really, really hope they find him, because that little boy deserves justice, and that miserable capital C, you next Tuesday, deserves to be behind bars.
Yeah.
But if they don't find that little boy, she's going to walk.
Yeah.
She's going to walk.
Right.
It's ridiculous. So what? That's just teaching any other low life that, hey, you don't want your kid, guess what? Just dispose of them and give the cops a runaround for a little while.
Yeah, and that's where
until they
it's
can't
going.
find
That's
them
where
anymore.
it's going. And they did the cadaver dogs did hit on the trash. So people are like, well, she could have just thrown blankets and stuff in there. No, their dogs are trained a little better than just to hit on a blanket.
Right.
So
I don't know. It is.
But I still wish they would have done that when they were out there on the 6th. This baby would have been found by now. They waited entirely too long, and then the insult to injury was them taking a weekend off, with knowing that this little 20-month is out in a landfill with freaking garbage on his head, placed there by his mother, and you guys take a weekend off. I don't know any law enforcement agency that would have done that.
No. And then they're basically just slapping their community in the face by leaving her running free. She's out, new TikToks, drinking, having a good old time, partying, and the community is finally outraged after you and Dolly went and stirred the pot a little bit, which was awesome. But they're basically slapping their community in the face by, hey, guess what? You guys are pissed off and want her in jail. We're going to take our time. She's going to have, let her go out and enjoy her last few weeks of freedom. Her and mom are now enjoying their single baby-free life at the moment. And meanwhile, taxpayers' dollars are going to them searching this, this huge area in this landfill.
Oh, and being called out for the protesters, not for the baby killer, but for the protesters. Thank God those officers didn't even try to step in the shit.
It's a real good thing they have their priorities in line down there.
Right.
Or up there from where I am.
So, yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. But again, the calm before the storm, we're regrouping. Again, the 22nd, we've got eyes on them. We'll have eyes on them until the 22nd. And 22nd, that's when we have had enough. If she's still out, I'm giving law enforcement 2 days to get that woman arrested. If she's not arrested by the 22nd, then we're going to be calling a huge protest up and down that road. We're going to be calling for a huge protest at the police department. We're going to be calling for a huge protest for the community to come and stand side by side and tell their chief, enough's enough. There's enough meat on the bone here to arrest her for something. Get those handcuffs out and go pick her up.
Right. She's on probation. This is ridiculous. Man, I really wish I could get up there with you guys. I have a big mouth and no problem using it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what we need. We need more people like that, because a lot of people are being told that it's harassment and it's this and that. No, it's not. This is protected. That's why I show up in person. This is why I show up in person. You don't see me doing this through digital means. You don't see me doing these things, because once you go digital, that has legal implications. If I'm there in person, that's protected. The computer is not protected. So that's what people don't understand. Why do I show up on these scenes? Because I'm protected by being there physically.
All right. Well, that's good at least.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks that it has to come down to that, but at least it's something.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Shantae, thanks so much for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yes. I love watching you every morning. That's the first thing I do is look for, especially the last week. It's been either you or Dolly first thing in the morning.
Yep.
All right.
Well, I'll be here tomorrow morning live at the normal time, and then after that, that's that. We're going to be back in Georgia raising hell.
All right. Well, give them hell. Make sure you take the bullhorn out this time.
Yep. And by the way, Chronicles of Olivia will be out there as well.
Oh, nice.
Chronicles of Olivia
right.
and Mom. We're pulling out all
awesome.
the stops. That's why I'm letting law enforcement know now, because I know they watch this channel. I know that the media out there watches this channel. I'm now pulling out the big guns, and this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable for me sitting here in Florida, and it's damn sure not acceptable for your community.
Nope. Good. Well, give them hell.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to step out and get my butt back to work.
You got it. Take care. Love you, and God bless.
Love you too. God bless.
So there we have it. I did give Regina. Regina, did you finish up your statement? And I'll go to Ruby.
Yes, there was one more thing I wanted to tell you, Miss Betty. If you do ever get arrested for doing the right thing, honey, give me a call. I got your bill.
I appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of people on here that I definitely don't worry about the tickets and stuff like that when I go out there.
I know where your heart is, and we know where your heart is. We see who's doing the right thing, honey.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Regina,
You're
for
welcome.
all the lovely words of encouragement.
Yes, I love you guys. Betty, keep doing what you're doing. Don't let nobody ever tell you not to, honey. Don't ever let nobody stop.
They've been trying, but I'm still here.
They ain't big enough. They ain't big enough. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you too. God bless. Yeah. All right, Ruby. So I know you've been very patient. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. So tell me, you've got to hear some of the comments from the people on panel and stuff like that. What are your thoughts about that? Hold on just a second. Let me say thank you, Florida Girl, for your membership. Love you and God bless. Thank you so much. This is how we are able to do what we do. Go ahead, Ruby.
Well, first of all, I wanted to just give a short insight on the use of cocaine. Mm-hmm. And I did this. I covered this in a video because I'm covering the Justine Johnson case. Mm-hmm. And my only real knowledge of, now that girl was coming down from heroin, but yet she was extremely high on cocaine. Mm-hmm. And my only real knowledge of heroin and cocaine use together is Nikki Sixx, who is the bass player for Motley Crue. I love Nikki. Nikki is a big inspiration to me. But the use of cocaine, what happens is you get so high that you go into paranoia, and you are just drug fueled to the point that you don't know what's what. So is it possible that she was in a cocaine fueled stupor with Quentin and killed him, and maybe just remembers putting him in the trash but doesn't remember everything? Yes, that's possible. Is it an excuse? Absolutely not, because you are knowingly putting drugs in your system that are going to alter your personality and alter your emotions and alter your thoughts. So no, it is no excuse. And the other thing that I wanted to say was that, everybody talked about getting something done. And the other girl, I believe she said she was from Arkansas, that was trying to get charges brought against CPS. That is what I was wanting to talk to you about. I feel like even though this is not a political issue, it's going to have to be brought to the attention of state and federal government, because CPS is a government ran and government fund entity. they need to know what an epidemic we have going on right now in America, just like the human trafficking was brought to their attention. We've got to get this whole CPS failure of these children who are missing and deceased, and because we've got an epidemic on our hands, seriously, and it's got to be brought to a higher attention to get something done. And I have some thoughts and ideas on bringing that attention and awareness.
Go ahead, and I'm going to let you and Bulldog Tracy kind of have a conversation back and forth about this topic, but explain that, and I'll be right back. I'm listening, but I've got to step away from the computer just for a second.
Oh, okay.
So, Ruby, you're
Yes.
absolutely right. And I know what happens in the state of Illinois, and I would assume it would be the same in other states. Whenever there is a child death, when the child is under CPS watch, there's an internal death investigation. And what that death investigation is supposed to do is to, follow, I'm going to call it a paper trail, because that's what they consider it, a piece of paper. They consider these children pieces of paper, documents that are in the court system.
Case
they don't
numbers.
consider them as vulnerable, defenseless babies.
Right.
That should be done, okay? But many times that is done, and the actual case worker won't be held responsible, or will get a little, another piece of paper in their folder to where you should have did this, but you didn't, okay? Like they're working in customer service and they forgot to ship something today and shipped it yesterday or the day after. Like that is how it seems it's being run. And I had to actually go. Nothing was done for the child that I advocate for until I had enough. When it was coming out, all of the DCFS interactions with this child and this family, I was naive about it. I said, this couldn't be. And at first I had empathy for the caseworker. I really did. I thought, oh my gosh, can you imagine being called and you just didn't think, or your hands were tied and you weren't able to do something, and now this child is gone. But then as more information came out, I read every single document. I FOIA requested a whole bunch of stuff. And I was like, oh, hell to the no. Hell to the no. So I actually met with local state representatives. Okay?
Who'd you meet with, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm in Illinois. I met with...
Oh, I thought you were in Arkansas.
No, but I met with local state reps who would meet with me, right? And of course, it's their job. They're going to meet with you. Don't think they're not. When you call in there and you say, I would like to have a sit down with this person, they are going to oblige. And if they don't, you call them out on it, because again, they work for you. Okay. So 4 people I met with. Okay. Local state representatives, our actual state's attorney's office, and I actually met with the chief of police. And it wasn't until then things started rolling. And now these caseworkers have been charged with 2 counts of endangering the life of a child each. And another charge, I can't think of the technical term for it right now, but they basically enabled these parents to continue until they couldn't continue anymore. That's how I will.
Right. And this is the kind of stuff that, has caused this epidemic, and that we, need to bring awareness to. Um, I'm a big fan of Law and Order SVU, and I watch reruns on True TV on all day marathons on Saturday, and they were showing the rerun a couple of weeks ago that Whoopi Goldberg was on, and she played a CPS director. And anyway, long story short, Barbara brought charges against them because neglect and forged and fraudulent papers ended with a child's death. And I'm like, as much as Law and Order likes to do rip from the headlines, I literally started looking for email addresses of who I could email to get them to do another segment on this, and kind of, loosely base it off of Harmony Montgomery and Summer Wells and Oakley Carlson and some of these kids, and do another show on that to bring awareness to it. But I used to work in politics here in Arkansas. I walked away from it several years ago, but I do still know a lot of very prominent people. And, I'm ready to pick up the phone and make those phone calls and bring it to their attention. But we need people in every state to bring it to their state representatives and their congressmen and their senators and governors' attentions. And like I said, we need to get it up to the federal government and to the president, the way that human trafficking was done and brought to, worldwide awareness. And get something done, because like I said, at the end of the day, these are government funded, entities.
They are. And I will say that every person that I actually met with, okay, every state representative, every person I met with, actually, and how much effort they're giving it, I don't really know. I see what's out there publicly, but again, it's political. But I do feel that the people who reached back out to me, who actually were receptive of what I had to say, are actually trying to do something. But in the state capitol building, you get pushback from this side to this side, from this side to this side, and it just takes too long.
Oh, I know. I just, like I said, this isn't a political issue, because this affects these children are not Republicans and Democrats.
No,
these children are not liberals and conservatives. And
no, but the people who
children.
have a voice, yeah,
They're just children.
But these children have got to have a voice, and this has just got to be brought to the rest of America's attention, and our higher government's attention to make some changes, because
I think that central
these
database.
people.
I think that central database is going to be the most important, and I hope people that are watching us across the country. I can't do this in every state. I'm not a taxpayer in every state. I can work on the state of Florida. I can go around and talk to politicians from the states that I go to, but it really takes the voters in those states to demand that this centralized database for these children gets set up and are on their top priority. So, Harmony Montgomery, Serenity McKinnon, Summer Wells, all these kids that have had contact in different states with the Department of Children's Services, or whatever the alphabet soup of child protective welfare and services are in that state. This should be readily available to any social worker, because not only that, if one of the parents are violent, don't you think that social worker should know that one of the parents are violent? Like, these are the case notes that they would be able to read and have available to them before ever approaching a family. They will know their history, so they can't play them like a fiddle. And this is what's missing right now, in my opinion.
I also think, and this is kind of a stretch probably for them, but I also think that these social workers, these CPS workers, should actually take behavior analysis classes.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Because there are a lot of people, these people know how to work the system and work other people. They know, like you say, they should know they're violent, because when you show up at the door, there may be no signs that this person can just rip your head off any second. But if it was, like you said, everything involved with this family, with this child, the parents' history, the whatever, codes, like police use codes, there needs to be a code. When I take my one dog to the vet, they have him listed in big bright red letters, the highest level of psycho. Like, why don't you have this for CPS workers?
Oh, exactly. And these are the problems that I have. And but either way, I'm going to Bulldog Tracy. Actually, let me you just talk. Ruby, do you have any final words? I'm going to start wrapping up.
No, just let's just try to all get together and work towards getting something done and being a voice for these children, because this is sickening. This is I made a video last night and I sat and cried after I made it. And but it was just my way of speaking up to be a voice for these children. And I looked at all their faces and I'm just like, dear Jesus, take the wheel.
Right.
Start an email campaign. I did that as well.
Yeah,
I put up there, I said people need to message the governor, who is the head of the DCFS office here. You need to write to the head of DCFS themselves. You need to write to our inspector general, who does the death investigation. And we did all of that. And stuff got rolling.
Yeah, here's something that just came in, and this is from the Daily Mail. It said, and here's the highlight. I'm going to read it, and then I'll reread the highlighted portions here. It said, you'd think that they wouldn't be quiet, but they weren't. It was like they wanted attention. They were around 6 of them in the group. They were drinking patrons' top shelf tequila. They were here from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. It was told to a WSAV that they ran up over a $300 bar tab and were flirting with the staff. Police have already been in contact with the bar to request surveillance footage of their 3-hour drinking session. After details of Leilani's outing at the bar emerged on Wednesday, local police department tweeted a photo of their landfill search for Quentin. We're not ready to charge anyone yet. Still have work to do. Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but they do have charges. They have charges of past criminal conduct against those children. And those past criminal conducts with those children are properly photographed. And all you need to do, let me tell you, police chief, this is what you do. You go over to Diana, the babysitter, and you have her write out an affidavit of what she physically saw with her own 2 eyes. First account eyewitness. And you have her write everything out in an affidavit. And then you attach those pictures to that affidavit. And that's what you call probable cause to go arrest somebody with. So, police chief, if you don't get that and you don't understand how that works, I can't help you. But this idea that you keep peddling to your community that she can't be arrested right now is horseshit. And I know it's horseshit, and you know it's horseshit. Get off your ass and look into the other crimes. Build the evidence on the other crimes and get her ass locked up. Then you have time, all the time in the world, to build your desecration of a corpse charge, the disappearance, the tampering with evidence, the disposal of evidence, all this other stuff you can do later. Because right now you do know that she threw that child away. That right there is a charge, So I don't know what gives. What about obstruction of justice? That could be a charge right there. You got enough information on that?
I think they know that she threw something away. And I say that because they know what that something was. Okay. We all know what that something was.
Mm-hmm.
But depending upon, I mean, she didn't just throw an exposed, open child into the dumpster on camera. He was in something. We hear rumor, a white container. Is that a white garbage bag? Is it a Rubbermaid tote? Is it a, I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's a tote bag. I mean, it could be literally anything.
Yes. But in all honesty, we know in our hearts and minds what she threw away. I mean, it's quite obvious, but unfortunately, that's just not enough. I know what you're saying. They could hold her in probable cause and all of this. I totally get that, and they should be doing that. Mm-hmm. But as far as people saying, oh, there's evidence, they have evidence. What are they waiting for?
Yeah,
it's all circumstantial evidence at this point.
I'm not talking about anything related to this child's disappearance.
No, I am talking about just the disappearance right now. But those other people saying, you know, they know she did it, arrest her. They know she did it. Well, they have circumstantial evidence and they're, you know, 99.5% sure. But without the body and the white container, they probably cannot tie that to Quentin and that is Quentin that she threw in the trash. Mm-hmm. And as far as her mother saying in a Facebook post, he's in a landfill, my daughter did it, he doesn't remember, or she doesn't remember. Mm-hmm. That's hearsay. That's hearsay in the court of law.
No, actually it's not. No, it's not. Actually, if Billy Joe heard that come out of her mouth, she is a witness to that.
She is. But right now, that's hearsay.
That's reason enough to take her in and interrogate her.
Oh, I agree with you. It's reason.
Yeah.
I agree. It's reason. But I think
no, it's hearsay when I say I know she did it. I know she because I heard it from my mother, from a brother, from an aunt, from an uncle, and they said that she threw the baby away. That would be considered hearsay. But me talking to Leilani and her telling me that she threw this child in a dumpster, that's no longer hearsay.
But are we sure that that's how she knows it?
They can't.
We're assuming.
Yeah, but
we're assuming Leilani told her.
But if Billy Joe filed an affidavit to that effect, swearing under penalty of perjury, then that's all they need. That's probable cause.
But I don't think this woman is going to do that, obviously.
But the babysitter will. The babysitter will file an affidavit on her past abuse, and I'm pretty confident that she already has.
Yes, that I agree with you. But I'm talking about just his fact of Quentin and his mother.
Yeah.
All of that right now is circumstantial in hearsay, sadly, because Billy Joe didn't go fill out an affidavit that she said, my daughter told me she did it, come get her.
Right. No, she just tells the whole world this and then tries to I think she did it because she was in shock when she found out. And she knew that I don't think she realized that her daughter was still going to be out of jail at this point in time, to be honest with you. No, I think the family's even shocked at this point. I mean, we're shocked, but I think even the family's shocked.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I think that gentleman you were speaking yet. I think that gentleman you guys were having your yelling battle, he was talking a lot about farts and poop, but I think that he even
maybe that's how he feels about himself and the people he hangs around with. Maybe that's what they do. They're just shitting farts.
Like, I mean, I was like, that was the only thing funny about that. But when he was like, you're out here blowing farts or something, I was like, what did you just say?
Yeah.
People get mad.
I think he was trying to be the distraction while the other people left, but we're not there to physically attack people. We're there to embarrass and humiliate, and that's what I do because that's all I can do, and that's what if I can do that, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shame these people. I will shame them. And just because by the way, we got some stuff working on right now with Debbie Collier. As you know, that's just a few hours away. So that should be, once I get all this finished up here, I've got a couple more places to go with Debbie Collier. We actually touched Debbie Collier as well. So
that poor woman.
That poor woman, yes, and that's another one. Her daughter,
Oh,
you know, this is
God,
like the opposite. You know, here we are dealing with 2 cases in Georgia, and one's where a mother kills a kid, and the other one's where a kid kills a mother.
Unreal, just unbelievable.
So, but people, you know, the haters want to say that we're vacationing. I've never had a vacation like this. Usually, a vacation for me is not a worry in the world. Definitely not work and a cocktail.
You would be in a bar on the beach drinking.
So far, I have yet. Even last night, everybody's like, "You deserve a drink," and I'm like, "I'm so tired. I couldn't even lift a drink, even if I wanted to."
And you know, people are like, "Oh, she's just blowing off steam." Well, you know what? She is blowing off steam, and what comes along with that type of blowing off steam is more heat under the kettle. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you got to keep blowing off steam, you keep blowing off steam.
They've been blowing off steam since the day I got into town. They've been partying at that house. That house has had a minimum of 20 people in it at all times. I asked the neighbors, I said, is this considered the party house in this neighborhood? And they said yes. And they didn't stop even for the cameras. Like, they didn't care. They didn't care this child was missing. It was party time at the party house.
You know what? When I grew up,
we're not supposed to be outraged about that.
No, not outraged at all.
What happened to, even in adult life, okay? If I was wrong, my daddy let me know I was wrong. He didn't look at other people and be like, oh, give her a break, or, oh, it's not her fault. No. What has happened to parenting and holding your children accountable and responsible for their actions or lack thereof? Mm-hmm. And I know Leilani is an adult now, okay? But she sure doesn't act like one. But neither does her mother. Right. I'm telling you, this is a situation. I think they're more friends than parent-child. And they don't even seem like they like each other until recently.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And I'm starting to wonder if the eviction and the child support order was not Billy Joe willingly doing this herself. I'm wondering if it's because there was an open CPS case and that she had a kinship agreement, that she was forced to do these things by the state.
Yeah, it probably was. It probably was exactly that. But in the end
and
of
if the state
that
knew,
to me equates to fraud on the courts. You perpetrated fraud on the courts when you lied to them and told them you were going to protect these child from their mother, and you turn around and hand them over to the mother. That is fraud on the court.
Yes. And I wonder if CPS told her she cannot be living here, because they know she was living there because she has a 4-month-old baby, and I think that's who the open case is on, if not the other children as well. But at minimum for the drug in her system. Yeah. Okay, so they have to go do home visits, and she has to do drug tests, which they say she continually keeps failing.
Yeah.
So why wasn't this child removed?
Like, how many chances does one parent get? I can tell you how many chances they get. They get chances until they kill their kid.
Yep.
And CPS takes the children to where the parents are cooperative. If you're cooperative, it seems like your child's going to be taken because you're not going to put up a fight. The ones who aren't cooperative, like Billy Joe and Leilani, who I bet they used that babysitter so that when CPS came for visits to that home and Leilani was there, the children weren't there.
Yeah.
They used that babysitter for this purpose, so Leilani could still live there.
Yeah, I believe that is true. And then, we have, and I still don't understand, if nothing more, Billy Joe lied to the courts. Billy Joe put her grandchildren in jeopardy, and she is still not arrested either. And I'm pretty sure that they have enough to arrest her. And if they wanted to arrest her, which they obviously don't, they violated the babysitter's rights when she was assaulted, and they failed to do anything about it. She had everything and handed it to him. She had the affidavit signed and under penalty of perjury and probably in front of a law enforcement agent. She had video evidence of the altercation of this lady breaking and entering into her home, the privacy and the sanctity of her home. That is a charge in and of itself, even if this lady didn't raise her voice or try to snatch the phone out of her child's hand. But then when you actually tried to snatch the phone out of the child's hand, that is attempted robbery. So these are charges that are criminal charges that the Chatham County Police Department has told that babysitter they are not going to address. I am sorry. You file a complaint against that law enforcement body. You file a complaint with the state attorney. You file a complaint with the mayor's office. You take one complaint and you file it literally everywhere to any head honcho you can imagine, and get this done, and raise a stink that they're violating your constitutional rights to protect a baby murderer's constitutional rights. F that.
It is messed up. And I'll tell you one thing right now. If that was my child that you reached at and slapped at, I know you were after the phone, but you don't put your hand on my child. I would have come off of them steps and out that door like a spider monkey.
Yeah, and then Diana would have been arrested and not the baby killer. Because
well, I was going to say, and then
Billy Joe's a baby killer just the same as her daughter. She knew what she did, and she didn't care. She took the risk of leaving those children in her daughter's custody, knowing her daughter was going to beat that child and knowing that her daughter was going to use drugs in front of that child. That was acceptable for Billy Joe.
Absolutely, and it seems like it's still acceptable now.
Yeah, and she is absolutely disgusting. Billy Joe deserves no sympathy, folks. When you're out with the baby killer of your grandchild drinking and having fun and flirting with staff members at a bar, you're no longer a victim. You're just as culpable and have just as much blood on your hands as your daughter.
Apple didn't fall far from the tree.
It did not. Well, we know Billy Joe is capable of raising at least 2 murderers in her household. And she does have 4 children. She has 3 boys and 1 girl. Leilani, from my account, is the only girl she has. Somebody was talking about a sister. I've never heard of a sister before. She's got 3 brothers. Many of you know Quentin is in jail right now for murder. Her younger brother, Paul, is, I've been hearing through the grapevine, helped her cover up this crime. And he may be also facing charges in connection with this little boy's death. And then they have an older brother. The older brother was the only one that came out to the memorial. He seems the nicest. He seems to be the most he seems to be the most normal out of the siblings. And he came out and placed a bear for Quentin. Out of all the people that have been partying at their house since we arrived into town, not one of them have put anything out there for Quentin that I could tell other than the older brother. And God bless him, because he has not given us flack, and Dolly was like, what do you do when your family's like this, you know that it was wrong, you're a man, you take it. That guy has not lashed out at us. He has not said one cuss word at us. It's the other family members. I don't think he hangs out there very often, because everybody else there are just whack jobs. They have no couth. They think they rule the streets. And, Bullhorn Betty just put them in their place. Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision just let them know who they're messing with. You don't mess with children in this country. And when I'm on scene, think you're going to, FB this and FB that. Sorry, baby, because that'll be turned around on you and I will make you look like shit. And you know what? A little bit of pressure pushes people. What do we have now? We have party photos that would never have been brought to the attention of YouTube if it wasn't for Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision out there pushing this family, making them climb walls, making them run like cockroaches. That's what pushed them out there to that island. And then they felt like they were in a comfortable place. And then boom, you got Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision at your back door.
And can I say one more thing about pushing these people? So the day before the memorial started, I was in the chat screaming it. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I was like, somebody
I can't
put a
read.
teddy
The chat
bear.
was going crazy.
I know. And then the next day, they were, the lady brought the little balloon and the teddy bear. And then, of course, I start screaming more. I'm like, okay, maybe people are listening. So then I did I'm not saying this for whatnot, but I did the super chat. And I was like, get something for this memorial, right? And I did another one. I'm like, tell Bullhorn Betty, send someone to the store. Here's some donations. Start putting stuff in the build it, they will come.
Yeah.
And part of that is strategic too.
Mhm.
It's not just all love and light for this baby, okay? I preach, I don't know if you see me sign off, it's always a heart and a sun, love and light, love and light. And part of that is strategic in front, and people are put it in front of the babysitter's home. Oh, I agree with that too for the love and light. But you put that big memorial in front of that home where these people are staying, and it is going to mess with their psyche. Okay. And I know people say, oh, they're crazy. It's not bothered. They're bothered. You know what?
It bothered
How do we
Leilani.
feel? How do we feel when we leave something for a child? Why do we leave something for a child? It's because we want to love that child, honor that child in death because he wasn't honored and loved and cherished in life. Okay.
Absolutely.
These people know that's why we're doing it.
Right.
Okay. They know that's why we're doing it. And the bigger it gets, the more outpouring of love. Either break
The
these
community
people,
loved this child more than their own family loved this child. And
yes,
that's what
and
this
that's
memorial represents.
yes, and that is also what it is saying to Billy Joe and everyone else in that house. Okay, that we love this baby more than you did.
Mhm.
And maybe people think, oh, well, they're not even thinking about that. Look how they're behaving. No, this is probably why they're behaving that way. It's one of the reasons they're behaving that way and left that house.
Can you believe that Leilani was there when somebody was going to that? This woman hated this child, Quentin.
Oh,
It must kill her to know how much people loved this child when she hated this child so much. And somebody was, I wasn't there for it. If I was there, I probably would have been needing some bail money because I would have probably come unglued. And she was out there cussing a person that came to put a teddy bear on that memorial. Now, mind you, the family told us that people could put memorials up there under the tent. They just put the tent up so the stuff could stay safe, because they were expecting some rain and other elements that would have, maybe ruined the memorial. So this person was following the rules and going up there to put the teddy bear, and Leilani saw them and came out and told this person to get the F off her property. Baby, that's not your property, first and foremost. And you know what? You got something to say? I'll be there on the 22nd. Why don't you come out and tell me to my face? Tell me to get the fuck away from your house. I double dog dare you.
And that's what I'm trying to say about the memorial. It's strategic and psychological.
Yep.
As well as love and light for this child.
Yeah.
So
because,
if people don't have it in their heart,
I just want to put this in perspective for Leilani and Billy Joe. I am not under a 2-year-old child. I am a woman that hates people like you. And if you ever step in my face or come into my area of safety, I will not allow it. And I will protect myself to whatever I need to, with whatever I need to. So I will tell you this, when you come step in my arena, just remember, I'm not a little 2-year-old. I hit back, and my hits are very hard. So you better watch yourself, because you've already made public threats to me online. But I double dog dare you to tell me to move.
get them. You don't need a bullhorn. You got a built-in bullhorn. I heard it. I heard it on a video yesterday.
I do, and that's why I don't really use because when I want to raise my voice it overpowers my little bullhorn. And quite frankly, I it's never about the bullhorn. The bullhorn it's a prop. The work is me. When I come out there, I do a psychological protest. These people are yelling at them and cussing at them, and everybody's like, "Oh, this girl's your protege." No, she's not. She's cussing at these people. You very rarely hear me cuss at people when I'm on the bullhorn. I'm more of a psychological person. I break down the case. I start telling them everything that doesn't make sense in their case. I start getting in their head, and they're starting to second guess what they're saying because I break their entire case down in the front of their yard about how it doesn't make sense. I let them know you better be watching your back because they're coming for you at any time. I want them on their toes. I want them walking on eggshells. I want them running like cockroaches. That shows me that I'm doing my job and I'm doing it well. You will not sleep. There is no peace in your world anymore when I come into town and you've killed a baby.
And there should be no peace from anybody surrounding that area. Okay? It people need to stand up.
Yeah. No
And
justice,
be
no
a
peace.
voice. Yes. It's mm-mm.
All right, Bulldog Tracy, it was great seeing you. And Ruby, it was nice to see you. We're about 10
You
minutes
too.
out of 4 hours, and I need to wrap it down. I got a lot of work here that still needs to be done. I got a lot of videos that need to be going over. I still have some interviews that I have to go out and get related to the Debbie Collier case. And but like I said, do not fret. You know, this is just a regroup. The 22nd, we're going to have bigger guns out front than just Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision. We're bringing in Chronicles of Olivia, which has multi-million followers. She's in the 2-3 million follower era on TikTok. She's got a huge 30,000+ following on YouTube. She happens to be my very close friend, and we're gonna rock Chatham County here shortly. So, police chief, I suggest you get this lady behind bars, because the protest, that wasn't a protest. You haven't seen a Bullhorn Betty protest yet, but it's coming to an area near you very, very soon. Let's do this the right way, but you have enough evidence to put her in jail. What she did was a violation of probation. She should be handcuffed and brought to jail for violation of probation. I don't give a damn if she bonds out and goes back home. Arrest the bitch.
Amen.
Bullhorn Betty, I have 3 small things to say.
Yeah.
One is, I would like to say and give you a virtual hug from one childless mother to another who advocates for children.
Absolutely.
Okay? I'm giving you the biggest hug right now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
Number 2, I would like to say, girl, you need to watch out for those 3-legged chairs.
I know. Actually, it's because he's like, oh, we're going to park. Let's park over here. Let's park over here. Well, it just happened to be the one area that has the deepest freaking ditch. And I leaned back in that chair, and there was no stopping it.
We didn't see
That
how deep
happened
it
to my
was
mother
until...
one time in a department store. Chair flipped over backwards, and oh my Lord.
Yes. And then I do it a freaking again an hour later, and that one just got me. I was so pissed. Dolly's, I can't even remember what Dolly says. I'm just like, leave me alone. Let me come. I put myself in timeout.
Well, that's how I fractured my back.
Yeah, I was hurting.
I fell backwards out of my shower.
Yeah.
And fractured my back, and now I got all kinds of nerve damage and all kinds of horrible mess. So God, be careful.
Yeah.
But I love you, girl, and you take care, and I'm behind you 100%. And if I can get with you, on some of these cases that are just a little bit closer to me,
yeah,
I will come down and be on the scene with you.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get a lot of people. I know there's a lot of people in Georgia right now that are livid about this situation. And even if they're a 2-hour drive away, it's for a good cause. Saturday, we need to do something. Sunday, we need to do something. These are the days that people are off work that can really come out and really make an impact in this community and show this community we love Quentin even when his family did not. We will seek answers. We will push law enforcement to do better. We will stay on law enforcement's ass. We will stay on the perpetrator's ass, and we will constantly be fighting for the victim. And this victim in this particular case, the youngest I've ever covered, with only 20 months old. Sickening. But God bless both of you. You guys are a voice. You guys are definitely part of the team. You guys do fabulous work, getting this stuff out on your channels as well. So God bless both of you, Tracy and Ruby. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Andra.
Ruby, you sound pretty.
Everyone have a wonderful day.
Yeah, all right, Ruby. All right. Hold on, I'm gonna kick you, Ruby, and I'm gonna let Follow the Grain just have her last little.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all have a good day.
You too, love. All right, just a quick little sum up.
Yeah, I was trying to get Ruby's attention to say if she writes a letter about what she was talking about the, this is seriously a pandemic going on all across, the United States, that would be wonderful. I would share it in my group. I believe that you would share it. I believe there's so many creators out there who would share and jump on board with the campaign, because it's obvious we're all on here talking, discussing it, complaining about it, but it takes not just us. Even if they're watching us, it doesn't take just us, okay? We're a little drop in the bucket. It takes everyone, okay, in these communities to do this for their own state. For your own state, whatever state you're in, maybe Ruby can get the ball running, and then someone from every state or multiple people from states can do a campaign and get this addressed.
You know who I want out with me? You know who I really want out with me on this job? And I think you guys need to go over to her channel and ask her. I want MGL out here. I want MGL out here with me. Her and I rock the boat when we're together. And her voice could really, really be helpful out here. So if you guys are in her chat, you know what? I don't know what a plane ticket is from Pennsylvania to here, but you guys might want to consider getting MGL on board with this, because, she's good at what she does. And right now we need fighters out there on the front lines for this baby.
We do. And people need to realize, the states need to realize, the lawmakers need to realize, and they don't treat it as such. Child abuse resulting in death is murder.
Yes.
It's not just child abuse with an oops. I'll say it again. Well, they didn't mean to kill them.
Oh,
they meant to harm them.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm tired of hearing, well, they didn't mean to kill them. They didn't mean to kill them. It was not their intent to kill them. It was their intent to cause them, fragile little children, okay, physical bodily harm.
And that's it.
Resulted in death.
Yep.
If they did that to me and you didn't mean to kill me, you would be charged with murder. But because it's your own child, they view you as that child as property, almost like a parent can do with what they want. Oops.
Exactly.
That's what I'm tired of. Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I got. I'm gonna go raise heck somewhere else.
All right, awesome. All right, guys. Well, I love you. God bless each and every one of you. And I'm gonna drop you down and just say my goodbyes to everybody that sat here with us.
Peace out. I walked away.
All right, honey. Take care. God bless you. Oops, I just kicked her before I said God bless you. I hope you heard that. Yes, thank you for all that came up here. I know that, some people are a little more shy than others when it's coming up here. As you could see, that everybody didn't know, hardly anybody other than Ricky Beavers didn't have their, their actual face on the screen. All I do is make you show me your face behind the screen, so I know that you're a real person and not somebody that's going to come up here and try to do harm to this channel. So I don't know. I'm still angry, and I'm almost even more angry with everything that's going on, and still law enforcement not doing a thing. Oh, they're going to the bar and getting the surveillance, and they probably have the surveillance, and they probably see what they were doing. And I guarantee, even with his probation officer or with her probation officer, we're probably still not going to see her go to jail for squat. All they want her in jail for, they don't want her in jail for beating kids. They don't want her in jail for, child endangerment. They just want to get the big charge for her. They just want her to run around until they can get her with the big charge. And it's like, this is a 20-month-old child. Screw your big charge. Just get her behind bars. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what your community expects. It is not just Bullhorn Betty. I know people say, well, why does Bullhorn Betty want him in jail? Somebody even said that, carrying on about Dolly saying, why can't a child go missing in Hawaii? That he was making a point. That these children go missing in these desolate garbage dump places. You don't see this happening over in good areas, fun areas, things like that. They're happening here. Are there some kids that disappear in Hawaii? I'm sure there are. But the chances of finding this over there is next to none. And I think that was the point he was trying to make. But of course, they stretch it for something more, just to get their clicks. They have to earn money too, right? They try to act like they're not making any money off bashing us, but they are profiting greatly off. We gave them money. They hate us so much, and I don't understand why, because we put money in their pocket. They know it and we know it. What is it? I'd like to know how they feel like if the shoe was on the other foot. I bet LE would raise holy Cain if it was one of their own. This would have yes. I guarantee if this was a police officer's or the chief's child that wound up in a dump, I guarantee they wouldn't be waiting for them to find the body before that person was behind bars, right? It's called corruption. It's called corruption and cronyism. That's what's going on in Chatham County. You got a corrupt mayor and you got a corrupt police chief that doesn't know their ass from their elbow, and they need to be voted out of office. They need to be voted out of office. This was the one case that mattered, and they failed. And they continue to fail. And then they continue to give their community excuses for their failure and try to spin it in a way that makes them look good. But then they have somebody like Bullhorn Betty that tells their community the truth. This woman should not be walking free amongst you. They have enough to arrest her, and they're failing to do so. That's between you and your police chief and your mayor. And the more people from that community that comes out and tells that mayor, we will not elect you again, and tells that police chief, we will not vote for you or anybody associated with you again, you will watch this change very quickly. Because when you put their ass in the ringer and they're in jeopardy of their job, you'll see how quickly things start moving. And that's not something that's not the pressure Bullhorn Betty can apply. That's only what I can do. I can only inspire the community to step out and step up. That's all I can do. This is the community that needs to do it. This is only being, all I'm doing is inspiring the people. That's all I'm doing. They have to do the heavy lifting and the work themselves. So with that, guys, we're at 4 hours. I want to bless you guys all for being here and listening to this. This is a very tough case. This is very emotional for me and the people involved. As you can imagine, I've been out there for a week. I am bringing back big guns into the town of Chatham. We are officially taxpayers of Chatham County. I was officially a taxpayer the minute I pumped 1 cent of gas into my car. So, mayor, police chief, I am now one of your taxpayers that you need to answer to. Thank you, Moonlight Magic. And again, guys, thank you for wrapping me with your love and support today. I saw you guys provide super stickers, provide super chats, letting your voices be heard here on this channel. You guys are next to amazing. And I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that this would not be possible. I can tell you that. I'm a broke girl, right? People want to say I'm living this lap of luxury. Every penny I have goes to keep these lights on around here and to go out and do this work. Every single penny. That's all it goes to. Literally all it goes to. And, without you guys, literally none of this would be possible. I would not have been able to make it to Georgia. You understand? I would not have been able to make it to Georgia, and I damn sure would not have been able to stay out there for a freaking week fighting for this baby. And not only that, but to be able to coordinate and get more people and bring more people back to Florida and ship more people into Florida. I would not be able to do that without you guys. But we are going to rock this town. This girl has never seen what we are about to do, and we are going to do it. And the police chief is going to stand by and allow us to do it. Because if you let a baby killer walk your streets, you're damn sure going to listen to my damn mouth. And if you don't like it, change the station. It's that simple. Justice for Baby Q. Justice for Quentin. Screw Billy Joe. Screw Leilani. Lock their ass up. Lock them up. Lock them up. And say his name. Say his name. It was Quentin Simon. Leilani, say his name. You scumbag piece of shit mother. Say his name. With that, pray for me, because I had to pray for myself today. I'm so angry. I'm so angry about this little boy. I'm so angry about the law enforcement. Thank God there is law enforcement out there, though. Thank God there is FBI out there in garbage. Now, mind you, the FBI is out there digging through garbage for this little boy. God bless them for doing that. I wish it would have been done sooner. I wish she would be arrested. But they are searching for him, and I truly believe they will find him. They know he's there. They just have to find him. And this is the hard work, but it should have been started 10 days ago. It should never have been started on the 16th. They should have started that on day October 6th, when they knew there was a possibility that boy was in that landfill. They should have pulled out all the stops and explored that possibility, not just walked away from it. And that's what they did. And that was a huge, huge error on their part. So let's pray for swift justice, guys. I'm hoping by the 22nd, we don't even need to be out there raising hell, but I have a funny feeling based upon the garbage that this police chief is peddling to his community, I will be out there on the 26th raising hell. And we will be doing it. And I know that my sponsors asked for a peaceful protest, but at this point, it is peaceful. Even screaming in the bullhorn is considered peaceful. What's unpeaceful is when you start burning down buildings and start fighting with people and start physically assaulting people. That's not peaceful. What we do, even screaming in the bullhorns, is classified as a peaceful protest, and that's what we are doing. That's what we are going to continue to do, and I hope that we get the support of the community to do so. So God bless each and every one of you. Be fearless, folks. If you see something, say something, because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. In this case, we're seeing what a pound of cure looks like, and it is a tough pill to swallow today. So thank you again for all your, Ebony. Ebony's been out there rocking it out with us too. I mean, she's been out there fighting for her community and fighting for this baby as well. Karen P is another one that went out there. We had a lot of beautiful ladies out there fighting for this little baby. And this is the community at work. And Ebony, I'll be seeing you in a couple days, and you and I will be rocking it out again. So God bless you for being out there. God bless you for being a voice for this child as well. Thank you so much. And these are the beautiful people that you guys don't get to see that are out there or get to know. But that is just one person out there. And she can tell you that what I'm saying about the police officers screwing with people when they're driving at 11 o'clock at night and things of that nature, what I'm telling you is the truth. It's not some made up lie that I'm just saying to make these law enforcement agents look like shit, which they already look like shit. Yeah. Yes, we miss you already. Round 2. I'm sure you guys will do us proud. Again, I'm bringing big guns with me. We're coming out. We're going to be coming out in force on the 22nd. So this is the calm before the storm. And Leilani and Billy Joe, you can run, but I'm going to find you. And there's thousands, tens of thousands of people, not a couple hundred law enforcement agencies, tens of thousands of people on YouTube that know your face and know where you're at. And we'll be reporting to the Bullhorn Betty channel as well as Dolly Vision of every single move you make. So watch your step. Good day.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.